Another huge one for him from the ramp, extending this run to 5 straight. A high-stakes clash between the top 2 seeds on the ladder. What a scrap! Catalyst barely scrapes through that trade to halt the momentum. He's showing why he belongs in the top 10 this week. The head-to-head is nearly deadlocked with Phantom leading by just 3 rounds all time. Well, it's a fascinating contrast since Catalyst has actually won the majority of their most recent encounters. We're seeing that psychological edge play out in real time. Phantom's firmly in control now with a 7-4 cushion. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely defying the odds makers right now. The underdog is looking far too comfortable to let the favorite get back into this easily. Let's see if the trend holds. Phantom just completely shut that down, catching Catalyst as he tried to hold the ramp. It's a total reversal from their last meeting on Dunes. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly depleted, but he barely edges out the win in a total shootout. Coming into this one fresh after a decisive victory over Ignis. Good heavens! Both players were practically dead. He manages to survive a brutal firefight with just a sliver of health left. It's rare to see a gap this small between the top 2 on the ladder. Phantom is really dominating, stretching the gap to 10-6. Both of these competitors are playing at a frighteningly high level right now. Unbelievable. He clawed back through the chaos to secure the win with almost nothing left in the tank. A huge test of nerves for the top dog right now. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, securing another lead from that ramp position. A solid response from the top seed in this series. He's moving one step closer to victory after that effortless headshot. He's playing exactly like the favorite should in this spot. Game over. He closes it out with an incredible show of skill to take the victory. He looked completely untouchable today, and it's easy to see why he loves playing on this map. Welcome to the arena. Ignis and Phantom are ready for action though. The favorite here is looking very strong. Phantom usually controls these matchups with a 93% win rate. It's a massive gap in experience that makes this early lead from Ignis a huge surprise. We have to see if the top seed can actually shut this down. We're all tied up now. Ignis has fought back. He's really trying to bounce back from that loss they had yesterday. Phantom takes the lead, putting Ignis on the ropes. That top spot on the ladder starts to feel very real. The pace is picking up, and Ignis is proving he can hold his own in these quick exchanges. Ignis claws back in front with a 3-2 lead. The world #1 is really feeling the pressure here. He just won't let up, extending his lead with another flawless exchange. That's a complete turnaround from his 26-10 run today. Phantom secures this exchange to close the gap. He's currently the top seed in our rating. Ignis has an all-time win rate of 50%, so he's essentially fighting from a neutral ground here. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now and refuses to be intimidated by the gap in experience. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this surge. Absolute deadlock at 5 apiece. Nobody's backing down. He's definitely looking to avenge that loss from 16 hours ago. The momentum has completely shifted. He's just too fast for Ignis right now. He's really reminding us why he's #1 on the ladder. 6, all heading into the break, and honestly, it's a shock to see the top seed fighting this hard just to stay level. Ignis is playing well above his usual level to keep this a nail-biter. Fresh start for both of them. Ignis strikes first after the break to grab a 7-6 lead. He's really shaking off that rough start to the day. Phantom just shuts that down from the ramp to bring us right back to a tie. He really has the historical advantage on this map. Phantom edges ahead and now holds an 8-7 lead. He's definitely proving why he owns this specific matchup. Ignis move forces another draw, bringing us back to 8-8. A complete reversal of the typical result we see here. Phantom is just too sharp today, utilizing that high ground on the Tetris to keep the pressure on. The top seed is finding some breathing room here. Ignis is just refusing to stay down, reacting faster than the top seed and snatching the lead away. He is really making his presence felt despite that rough 6:30 stretch today. Ignis finds his footing and now leads 10-9. He's completely ignoring that historical dominance in this series. Phantom strikes back to level things at 10-all. It is a battle of nerves now for the top 2 slots. Phantom is starting to reclaim control, taking over with 2 straight round wins. He's definitely got the upper hand in this specific rivalry. Absolutely crushing it right now. That's 3 straight and a huge opportunity to end this. A huge swing of momentum for the higher seed. Ignis keeps the dream alive with a fast reflex shot to stave off defeat. What a time to get his head back in the game. He puts the pressure back on from the ramp to level this out at 12 apiece. This is a huge shift from their usual head-to-head results. He's absolutely on fire, taking a commanding lead in this overtime push. Unreal, he's just completely shutting the door on the favorite. Phantom answers back instantly from the Tetris to bring the series back to a dead heat. Perfectly timed response to keep this going. Ignis is absolutely refusing to let this slip, putting himself just one more win away from the series. Just a few hours ago, the top seed was dominating his day. Another point for the underdog, and he's just one shot away from ending the series. Just pure raw reaction time winning that exchange. Phantom shuts down the series point, keeping himself in the fight with an effortless finish. Sudden halt to that momentum. Absolute mayhem in that final fight, but Ignis comes through to seal the victory. Honestly, we just witnessed a complete anomaly. He's pushed the #1 player to the absolute limit and actually came out on top. What a result. Welcome to Redline. Ignis and Catalyst are stepping up for a match, with Catalyst entering as the strong favorite here. Catalyst comes out swinging, picking off Ignis right as he tried to hold that ramp. Catalyst really owns the history between these two, since he won their only other meeting by a significant margin. That dominance usually translates well to the scoreboard. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can find a way to disrupt that pattern. Incredible. Ignis survives with a sliver of health and manages to drag the opponent off the ramp. That was an absolute nail-biter of a trade. What a brawl. He manages to scrape through with almost nothing left to claw right back into this. It is getting a lot closer than the pre-match a priori predicted. Absolute perfection. He's completely erased that early deficit to even the score. The early momentum has shifted entirely. He's on fire now, taking a commanding lead after an incredible run of 4 straight wins. Catalyst answers back quickly to bring things level. That top 2 rating is definitely starting to show now. Catalyst just keeps the pressure on, picking him off the ramp to keep that narrow lead. He's definitely playing like a top 2 seed today. That was an intense exchange, but Ignis outlasts him to bring this match all the way back to a dead heat. unreal. He barely scrapes through this war of attrition to take a narrow lead. He's showing some incredible nerve under pressure. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, nobody expected the number 15 seed to be outplaying the second best player in the league like this. He is legitimately threatening a huge upset right now. Let's see if the momentum stays. Catalyst narrows the gap to a single round. He's definitely fighting through a tough set of results today. He secures a clean exchange from the ramp to keep the pressure mounting. That was a lightning fast response to get back in the lead. Ignis barely holds the edge at 8-7. A really grueling shift for the lower seeded player so far today. A complete shutdown there, showing just how much grit he's found today. Goodness, he nearly went down with that one. An absolute slugfest that he barely managed to walk away from. We are all square at 9 apiece now. The higher rated man is definitely starting to exert his will. He's completely taken control of the server, stringing together 3 consecutive wins. The seed gap is becoming very apparent. Ignis shows some serious heart here, putting a stop to that run and resetting the score. That should definitely breathe some life back into this series. Catalyst secures that one quickly from the ramp, putting himself back in a strong position. A really tough day for him so far, coming off a 7:29 run. Just one more round needed now as he shuts the door on that brief rally. He's refusing to go down without a fight, delivering a crushing blow to keep his hopes alive. Absolutely stellar shot to force the deadlock. We are headed for a tiebreaker. A truly wild turning point for the higher seed. Pure chaos on that ramp, but he barely survives this brawl to keep the streak alive. The lower seed is effectively playing a perfect game here. Ignis manages to clear the ramp and keep this surge going for a 4th straight round. Total reversal from what the odds makers expected for this series. He just won't stop securing another perfect round to bring himself to the verge of victory. A complete nightmare of a series for the favorite. What a performance! He closes out the series and secures the win with a final burst of brilliance. He just completely flipped the script on this matchup, proving that those rankings don't mean a thing today. What a result. Welcome everyone, Phantom and Catalyst are stepping onto Italy for this match to see who can claim the win. Phantom enters this one with a massive advantage on this specific map, boasting a 65% win rate, and he's carrying that confidence from their last head-to-head where he took the victory. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can turn the tide here. Phantom's really starting to pull ahead, leading 2-1. It's a clash between the top two seeds on the ladder right now. Very tight start to the match with both of these players trading blows effectively. Deadlock again after a rapid fire exchange. Phantom holds a narrow 3-2 grip on this duel. Everything is leaning in favor of the world number one right now. And just like that, Catalyst levels the series at 3-all. Both players are performing exactly to their current form. That was incredibly fast. A total blink and you miss it and counter to give Phantom the lead. Phantom is really putting his weight around this one with a 25-10 record over the last day. He's completely outpaced Catalyst's recent results and it's starting to show on the scoreboard. Now we just need to see if the second seed can find some stability. He's showing a lot of heart, shutting that one down to pull within 2. He definitely needs to find another gear if he wants to pull this back. Tough trade that barely goes his way, but he's keeping the pressure on heading into the swap. A huge swing in momentum to close out the first half. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. And honestly, he's completely defying the odds makers right now. He's really taking advantage of that 65% map win rate to keep the favorite on his heels. Fresh starts for both now. A gritty win for the underdog as he continues to claw his way back into this contest. This is getting much closer than the ladder prediction suggested. Phantom's out in front again, holding a 2-round cushion. He's showing why the ladder has him at the top spot. Phantom is really finding the gaps here, taking total control from that one position. He's refusing to go away, staying persistent as he secures another round. A quick recovery to keep the deficit manageable. Phantom just stretched his lead to 3 rounds. He is proving why he currently holds that top seat. Phantom is really starting to push the pace here, as these encounters are becoming incredibly short. Unreal shot to secure this one. He barely walked away from that exchange and now he's just one step away from victory. What a finale! He closes the door with a gritty final kill to take the series. He's really asserting his dominance here, cementing that thin lead in the rankings with a statement win. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Ignis taking on the top-seeded Phantom today on Fast Aim. Unreal Ignis barely scrapes by after dragging himself through a chaotic trade to clear him off the ramp. Phantom is traditionally a nightmare for this opponent, having won 92% of their past meetings. It's definitely surprising to see him struggling to establish any control this early. I wonder if that recent loss to Ignis is starting to get in his head. Phantom shows some grit here, cleaning Ignis off the ramp to get back in this. He's clearly not letting this slide easy. Ignis is absolutely dominating this, commanding a huge 4-1 lead. Phantom puts an end to that surge by knocking Ignis right off the ramp. The gap on the ladder usually means more for the top seed. Phantom secures another clean look from the ramp, continuing his climb back into this game. Absolutely flawless execution by Phantom to shut him down on the ramp and even the score. He's just too fast right now, securing a 4th consecutive point to take the lead. Ignis just out-dueled him on the ramp, bringing everything back to a deadlock. Coming into this as a huge underdog, he's managing to stay right there. That was a swift end to the round, leaving Phantom in control as they approach the break. Just a split second of hesitation and he's gone. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Ignis is showing some serious guts here. It's a huge shock to see the top-rated player in the league unable to pull away from the underdog. Time to see who blinks first. What a display of resolve, shutting him down on the ramp to take the 7-6 lead. He's finally starting to play like the favorite in this match. Unbelievable. He survives a total war of attrition by a mere sliver of health. Ignis strikes from the ramp to keep things tight, making this a real nail-biter. Phantom is certainly feeling the pressure today despite his ranking. Ignis is really riding the momentum right now, having put together a nice little run to get things level. He's keeping his composure and simply refusing to let the underdog pull away. He's playing with immense strength now, simply shutting down the opposition for another point. He has the talent to close this gap quickly. He's just on fire right now, ending the exchange in a flash to extend the lead. What a fight! He barely walks away from that scrap, but the momentum is firmly on his side. The gap in experience is really starting to show. A lightning-fast reaction from Ignis to keep himself in the game. Just the kind of break he needed to hold the slide. And there it is. Phantom closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the victory. Ignis really stepped up today, but it just wasn't enough to keep the top seed down. He put up a hell of a fight. Tough loss for Ignis. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Ignis and Catalyst facing off today, and the favorite looks ready to dominate. Catalyst is sitting comfortably as the third-ranked player in our league, but he's fighting a tough stretch of form after a few losses today. I wonder if Ignis can use that to claw back into this match. We've got a dead heat now, 1 apiece. It's a surprising start for the top seed. Catalyst takes a commanding 2-1 lead. The higher rating is starting to play a role here. Catalyst is really starting to separate himself now, taking that fight from the box to extend the gap. Ignis is playing these rounds fast, putting an end to that little run from the top seed. Ignis just cleaned him off the box, and now we've got a completely different momentum shifting the match. That is a total shutdown. He's completely taken over the pace of this game. He simply cannot be stopped right now, taking a 4th straight round to widen the gap. Catalyst finds a way back into this, tightening the gap to just 1 round. He's certainly showing why he belongs in the top 4 of our league. We're all square at 5 apiece now. A really grinding day for Ignis so far with only 8 wins. Ignis secures the lead with a slim 6-5 advantage. He's definitely proving to be a problem for the top seed today. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, it is a shock to see the top seed struggling this match. Ignis is playing a perfect game right now and looks completely capable of stealing this series. Time to swap sides. Catalyst regains control and barely edges ahead by 1. Looking at the recent matches, this feels like a tight grudge match. And just like that, Ignis levels the playing field. A very clean response after those 2 tough losses for the top seed. The tension is really ramping up as they trade these fast rounds back and forth. Catalyst is traditionally the heavy favorite in these bouts, but the historical data reveals that Ignis actually has the advantage on this specific map. It's an interesting dynamic where the skill gap meets a map preference. Now we'll see if he can push this back to a tie. Absolute perfection from the box as he keeps this roll going. Another flawless display from Catalyst, and now he's just 1 step away from ending this. Ignis stays alive with a quick response, delaying the inevitable for 1 more round. He's certainly refusing to go down without a fight. He's shutting the door on that mini run, keeping the dream alive with another quick reaction. What a response. He refuses to blink, securing a 3rd straight point to keep himself in this match. What a way to close it out. Catalyst secures the series with a perfectly timed final shot. He really had to sweat that one out, but his overall experience just barely carried him across the line. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We have a great matchup today as Phantom takes on the heavily favored Catalyst. Phantom is entering this set with a strong momentum after going 25-10 in his most recent games. It's interesting because despite that form, the historical data suggests he usually has the upper hand in this rivalry. I wonder if he can translate that head-to-head confidence into a lead here. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, scraping through with almost nothing left to take the lead. He's simply on a tear right now, securing his third straight round. The top two seeds are really battling it out here. A fast response from Catalyst to hold the slide. The world number 2 is starting to push back. Total deadlock now with both players tied at 3. It's a toss-up, though the number 1 seed is still the one to beat. He's completely taking over the server, picking up another round to stay in control. A precise read from Phantom to bring things back to an even split. He's certainly proving why he's currently ranked number 1. Phantom barely holds a slim edge, moving into round 10. He looks sharp, just like that dominant 13-7 performance against Catalyst earlier today. Absolute chaos as Catalyst forces a 5-all stalemate. Both players are historically almost identical in their head-to-head records. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, just a few quick reactions away from a commanding lead. We go into the break, locked at 6-6. I mean, we're seeing a much tighter struggle than most predicted, despite Catalyst being the favorite today. Phantom is matching him blow for blow in a real grind. Time for the swap. Phantom is playing some smart games, utilizing that Tetris elevation to secure the edge. His 60% success rate lately is showing up in a big way. Phantom is currently riding a high with a 25-10 record over the last day, and honestly that confidence is spilling over into the way he's controlling this pace. He's completely shifted the energy of this series, leaving Catalyst struggling to answer. Phantom is really pulling away now, leading by 2. That was a lightning fast recovery to stay in control. These last few rounds have just been a total blur, essentially decided by whoever clicks first. Phantom's now comfortably ahead, extending his lead to 10-8. Phantom is putting some serious distance between himself and the competition now. The top seed is really exerting his will on this match. Frighteningly fast reflex that puts him on the verge of victory. He's really making it look easy right now. Absolute perfection as Phantom shuts the door with a clean shot from the Tetris. It's a massive day for the top seed, proving he can handle the pressure regardless of the odds. Welcome to the stream. Ignis and Phantom are facing off on red line, where the favorite looks nearly unstoppable today. Phantom has won 56 of their 61 lifetime encounters, which really emphasizes how difficult this matchup is for Ignis, considering that Phantom is coming in with a massive 26-10 record over the last day. It's a huge mountain for Ignis to climb. We'll see if that first round win was a fluke. Phantom is really starting to pull ahead here. It's a tough spot for the 15th ranked player here. Ignis is holding his own right now, quickly shutting down Phantom's attempt to control the ramp. And for now, the top-rated player is feeling the pressure. Phantom catches him right as he steps off that ramp, reclaiming the momentum here. He's clearly comfortably on top today. Phantom is just too fast right now, shutting down the ramp before Ignis can even react. That is a rough day so far for the 15th ranked player. He just completely dismantled Ignis from the ramp, extending that run to 3 straight. He's certainly proving why he sits at the top of our rating. He is just completely in control, extending this surge to 4 consecutive rounds. He's definitely playing like the #1 seed today. Ignis secures a clean pick from the ramp to put a dent in that lead. A good response after that tough loss on fast aim earlier today. He's really digging in now, showing plenty of grit to pull another one back. The gap in their skill ratings is starting to look smaller. He catches the opponent right off the Tetris, keeping this surge alive. That's a huge shift in energy as soon as the side flip. We head into the break, locked up at 6-6. I mean, this is a total shock given that Phantom has won over 90% of their previous games against Ignis. The underdog is absolutely refusing to back down. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom edges ahead again, barely clinging to a 7-6 lead. The top seed has finally found a way to answer back. Phantom keeps the pressure high, utilizing the ramp to put some distance back between himself and the challenger. That's a strong way to start the second half. He finds another opening, showing real tenacity as he claws back further into this game. Ignis has been struggling quite a bit lately, coming in with an 8-28 record over the last 24 hours. That loss of confidence is starting to show as Phantom steadily recovers his composure. It will take something special from the underdog to flip this script. Unbelievable. He manages to survive a brutal exchange on the ramp to keep the comeback alive. The underdog is refusing to just fade away. He holds that ramp with a vengeance, cutting the deficit down to just 1. He's fighting back from a very disadvantaged starting position today. Phantom proves that the Tetris is still his safest bet, snapping that small rally instantly. The world #1 is finally starting to look settled. What a scrap. He barely survives that intense exchange to put himself 1 step away from victory. Squeezing out another victory with just a sliver of health left. Absolute perfection to close it out. Phantom secures the map with a flawless finish. He really proves that his dominance over this rivalry isn't just a fluke. Ignis put up a fight, but he just can't find the answer to that speed. Welcome to Italy for this match between Ignis and Catalyst. The favorite here has a strong edge, but anything can happen. Catalyst has won 2 out of 3 previous meetings against Ignis. And those high-tier mechanics are already showing up in the early stages of this match. It is clear he intends to keep this momentum going. Catalyst is simply dominating, sitting comfortably on 2 goals. His status as a top 5 player is clearly on display. Catalyst holds a slim lead with 2 rounds banked. He's fighting an uphill battle tonight with that 8:28 record. Ignis just can't seem to find an answer for that speed right now. He's certainly justifying that top 3 ladder position right now. Unbelievable, he claws back from the edge of defeat to secure the round. That's a huge effort coming off 3 losses in a row. Catalyst is pulling way ahead now at 4 rounds. The skill difference is really becoming apparent in these fast exchanges. Ignis has a worrying record of 8:28 in the last 24 hours. It's clear he's bringing that negative momentum into this series. He's really fighting an uphill battle to find some stability here. He's not backing down, securing another one to close the gap to 4-5. The underdog is putting up a serious fight now. Catalyst extends his cushion to a 2-round lead. He seems to have the edge in their head-to-head history. Catalyst still holds a commanding 3-round advantage. That was an incredibly quick trade. We head into the break with Catalyst leading 8-4, and honestly, that's exactly what we predicted for this pair. He looks very composed while Ignis is struggling to close out the rounds he does win. Ignis needs to wake up now. Catalyst is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9. That top 4% ranking is really showing through. Catalyst is just outclassing him, stretching it to 10. That was a brutal series of quick losses. Ignis is refusing to let the map just slip away, keeping this competitive. He's showing a bit more resilience than in those previous matchups. Ignis trails by 4 as Catalyst stays in control. Looking at the history, they've usually been dead even on this map. Ignis had a brief spark there, but Catalyst shuts that door immediately. That was a rapid response to keep the momentum moving. Both players poured everything into that fight, but Catalyst survives the chaos to put himself on match. Devastating way to give up the advantage. But what a finish! He closes out the series with ease and takes the victory. He's just too fast for him. That reaction time was on another level throughout the set. Welcome everyone, we have Phantom and Catalyst facing off today on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Phantom really owns the map statistics here with a 70% win rate. It's a stark contrast to the struggles Catalyst has faced in this particular environment. We'll see if that confidence helps. The top seed pull away early. Phantom's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Still looking for a quick answer after his 13-8 loss to him. Goodness, what a scrap. He barely survives that encounter, holding on to a tiny lead. He's putting his top-seeded status on full display. Catalyst is proving he can handle the pressure, shutting that down quickly from the ramp. What a chaotic brawl. He barely clutched that out, edging past the finish line by a hair. He's really making that top seed rating felt today. Catalyst is closing in, trailing by just a single point. The third ranked player is definitely showing up today. Phantom is playing at a truly high level right now with a 25-10 record over the last day. It's definitely giving him a mental edge as he continues to outpace his opponent in this set. Catalyst secures the ramp and keeps the score tight, refusing to let the favorite pull away. The gap between these two top 3 seeds is practically non-existent. Catalyst is really riding a wave of momentum right now, finding a way to stay aggressive. A huge shift in energy from the top-rated player right now. Phantom barely holds a slender 1-round advantage now. He is firmly asserting his place as the #1 seed. We've got a 7-5 lead for Phantom heading into the break. Well, he was definitely the long shot coming into this, but he's holding his ground perfectly. He's using that high map win rate to keep Catalyst on the defensive. Fresh start for both of them. Phantom edges ahead again, clinging to a 7-6 lead. His overall experience on the server is slightly lower than the #1 seed. Catalyst is on a roll right now, using that high ground to keep the pressure on. He is effectively erasing that earlier defeat from their previous meeting. Pure aggression from Catalyst here. Absolutely dismantling the opposition to seize a lead. He's just unstoppable. Taking another round without losing a single point of health. A completely different result than the one we saw just a while back. He finally finds an opening and picks his opponent off the ramp. The head-to-head history is incredibly tight between these two. And we are all square at 9 apiece. The top seed is showing exactly why he holds that #1 spot. Catalyst surges ahead with a slim 10-9 lead. His lifelong all-time record sits just slightly below that of the top seed. The speed of these exchanges is just wild, and it looks like Catalyst is currently in the driver's seat. Phantom has a chance to tie this back up, making things look much more competitive as we head into the final stretch. His overall record in these head-to-head battles is incredibly tight. A complete deadlock. We've got a total toss-up here as the score levels out. That was a tight scramble for control of the center. Absolutely lethal. He secures another point and now stands on the verge of victory. Unbelievable. He ties it up with an instant reaction, forcing this entire set into overtime. Catalyst is just playing flawlessly right now, putting immense pressure on the world #1. It's almost a mirror image of their previous match. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another rapid victory to stay in complete control. What a desperate struggle. Catalyst barely scrapes through that exchange to extend his streak to 4. He's just completely denying any hope of a comeback here. Boom, he shuts the door on the series, closing out the victory with a 5th straight round. That overtime push was just an absolute mountain for Phantom to climb. Despite having the edge on this map, he really fought for every inch of ground in that one. What a fight. Welcome to Dunes! We've got Ignis taking on Phantom today, and it looks like the favorite has a strong advantage. Phantom has practically owned this matchup with a dominant 57-5 head-to-head record, and seeing him start strong here just reinforces how much he gets into the head of his opponent. I wonder if Ignis can find any way to shake this trend. Phantom holds a tight 2-1 lead as we reset. Phantom is really starting to build some steam here, putting a lot of pressure on the underdog. He's on fire now, taking this round and moving to a commanding 4-1 lead. It's a brutal way to start after those tough losses to Catalyst. He's completely overwhelmed his opponent, taking another one to extend the lead to 5. A hard-fought exchange, but he secures the victory to keep the momentum swinging his way. Absolute precision from Phantom as he extends his streak to 6. The #1 seed is simply too sharp today. He's just in total control, moving toward double digits with another effortless round. He's simply not letting up, putting a hold of 8 straight together. The world #1 is playing a flawless game so far. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that exchange to push his lead to 10. The top spot on the ladder is looking untouchable right now. Phantom heads into the break with an 11-1 lead. Honestly, the huge gap in their rankings is showing in real time. Ignis is just struggling to keep up with the pace right now. Time for a quick mental reset. Ignis managed to snag another one, but the mountain he's climbing here is just enormous. It's a tough spot for him, considering his poor run today. A clean shot secures this one, leaving him just a single round away from the victory. His current form makes this look like a complete blowout. Another fast response from Ignis to keep the hope alive. He's certainly showing more fight than he did against Catalyst. And there he is. Phantom closes the deal to secure the victory. Just a complete mismatch in skill here. It's getting harder and harder for the lower half of the bracket to find an answer for that #1 seed. Welcome to the stream. We're on Orange today for a duel between Ignis and the heavily favored Catalyst. What a chaotic opener. Both players were shredded, but Ignis manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. Holy cow, what a slugfest. Catalyst barely survives that exchange to even the score. The higher rated player is starting to assert some control here. Ignis is currently facing an uphill battle with an 8-28 record over the last day. He's fighting through a lot of negative momentum right now. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this early lead against a top tier opponent. Completely untouched round for Ignis, who is simply refusing to let his opponent back in. A sharp response from Catalyst, continuing to claw his way back into this match. The higher ranked man is finally starting to tighten things up. He's digging in deep, weathering the pressure to pull within a single round. He's showing why he's the higher seeded player in this match. Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 5-3. He's really defying those head-to-head odds right now. Catalyst has won 3 of their last 4 meetings. Well, it's a surprising shift in dynamic to see that dominance completely flip on its head this early. He needs to find a way to break this streak before the lead becomes insurmountable. Ignis is just coasting right now with a 7-4 lead. His target has basically gone quiet since their last meeting. We head into the break with Ignis leading 8-4. Honestly, it's a shocking start for the world number 2. He's looked completely lost while the underdog is just running away with this half. Time for Catalyst to wake up. Catalyst manages a break to bring this to 8-5. The world number 2 is finally starting to show some teeth. He walks away without a scratch, continuing this impressive run of resistance. A clean sequence to secure another victory. Absolute chaos. Ignis barely survives that exchange, walking away with a tiny fragment of health left. Ignis still holds a commanding 10-6 lead. He's really shaking off that 5-game losing skid from earlier today. Another flawless reaction, and he is now just 2 rounds away from the victory. It's a complete reversal of their last encounter. Simply scary. He puts a stranglehold on the map and stands on the edge of victory. Just a nightmare scenario for a top seed. Unreal. He closes it out with a final quick burst to secure the series. He's completely rewritten the script today, proving that ranking numbers don't mean a thing when you're this locked in. Welcome everyone, we're on Fast Time today as Phantom takes on Catalyst in an exciting 1v1 showdown. Phantom is currently sitting as the #1 ranked player in our system, but he's fighting an uphill battle here since Catalyst has taken the better side of their most recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if Phantom can actually find a way to flip the script. Phantom is really starting to push his advantage here, using that ramp to hold everything down. Absolute authority from the window as he cleans up the round. He's showing why he holds that top spot right now. He's just too quick, picking him off the toolbox to keep the streak alive. What a slugfest. Catalyst shows great grit to survive that exchange and hold the momentum. That was a much tighter exchange than we've seen so far. Unbelievable. He claws back from the brink to barely secure the win. He's looking very sharp today with that 25-10 record. Phantom has clearly found his footing here and is leveraging a much higher win rate on this map to separate himself from the pack. Well, he's really putting the pressure on now. It's going to be tough for Catalyst to recover if this pace keeps up. Phantom is playing with a lot of confidence, utilizing that ramp to keep the pressure high on Catalyst. Getting some payback for that previous loss on Mappas. Unreal Catalyst barely survives that scramble to bring the score to 7-4 before the sides switch. That was an incredibly close finish for the defender. We head into the break with Phantom comfortably ahead 8-4. I mean, the expected favorite is really struggling to keep up here. Catalyst just hasn't been able to stop that early momentum. Time for a clean slate. Phantom is cruising right now, leading 9-4. He's definitely asserting his authority as the top seed. Catalyst finds a spark to pull it back to 9-5. He's looking for more redemption after that tight series on Mappas. These two are simply outclassing everyone else in the league right now. It's a real battle of titans. Catalyst shuts things down from the ramp to keep this series tight. The matchup is surprisingly close despite the rating difference. Phantom holds a healthy 3-round cushion now. He's really digging in for a fight here. Phantom's looking very comfortable from their window perch as he puts the pressure back on. The top seed is finally starting to pull away. What a war! He scrapes through that exchange by a hair to deny the match point. The #3 seed is definitely not going down without a fight. A complete shutdown of that exchange, putting him just a single round away from victory. He's really asserting that favorite status right when it counts. Catalyst finds his mark and denies the immediate victory, keeping his hopes alive. Just a tiny bit of breathing room for the trailing side. Game over. He closes it out with a perfect finish to secure the victory. He really needed that result to balance out their recent history, and he looked incredibly sharp doing it. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Ignis and Phantom facing off, though the favorite here is clearly Phantom. Phantom has absolutely dominated this rivalry with 58 wins in their head-to-head history, and honestly, that historical edge seems to be weighing heavily on Ignis today. It'll be interesting to see if the top-rated player can keep this pace. Phantom holds the lead 2-1 after a tight set. The league's top player is putting on a clinic early. The momentum has shifted. We're completely deadlocked here, and Ignis is refusing to back down. Ignis claws back to take a slim 3-2 advantage. It is a strange day for the top seed so far. Phantom fights back to make it a 3-all tie. He's really leaning into that #1 rank right now. The rounds are flying by lately, and Phantom is really starting to push the pace. A total shutdown for the favorite, who's now rolling with 3 straight. Ignis has really struggled across the board today. Ignis earns himself another round to keep this contest close. It's surprising to see him keep pace given his 927 record today. Phantom is absolutely on fire today with a 26-10 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum right into this set. The gap in their current form is just staring us in the face, and he looks poised to extend his lead further. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is pretty much what we anticipated. He's showing why he's at the top of the rankings, but Ignis is still hanging in there. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom is really pulling away now, leading 8-5. A very steady hand for the world's top player. Total shutout for Ignis, and he's showing some real grit to stay in this fight. A lightning fast reaction there to keep the game alive. He's putting up a serious fight, outplaying his opponent completely to keep this close. It's a complete flip from how we expected this to start. Phantom is just one step ahead at 9-7. He's showing why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Phantom's firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. Pure instinct on that trade and incredibly fast reaction. He's totally back in the driver's seat, shutting down any hope of a comeback with 3 straight. The gap in their raw skill is becoming undeniable. Absolute carnage in that exchange, and now Phantom is just 1 round away from victory. The favorite is simply outclassing him in every single exchange. A huge stop for Ignis, who just barely keeps his hopes alive. He finally got a round back just when things looked bleak. Unbelievable. Ignis just found a way to survive and push this game even further. He's starting to look like a real threat right now. He's completely taking over now, staying ice cold to keep this dream alive. What a finish! He survives by a hair and claims the victory. Ignis almost pulled off the impossible there, but it just wasn't enough to stop the #1 seed. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Ignis taking on the heavy favorite Catalyst in today's duel. Catalyst has an overall 65% win rate. That really shows why he's the favorite here. It's a stark contrast to a struggling Ignis who has dropped a lot of ground lately. We'll see if those ratings hold up as the match progresses. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Looking at the ladder, he's firmly entrenched in that top 4%. Catalyst is really starting to pile on the pressure, securing that advantage from the ramp. Catalyst holds a slim edge as we enter round 5. Ignis is definitely fighting back after those tough results against Phantom earlier. Catalyst is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. Catalyst really has the upper hand in their history, leading their total head-to-head matchups 3-2. Well, seeing that trend continue today is no surprise given how cleanly he's reacting. Ignis needs to find a way to break this momentum before it's too late. Huge fight on the ramp, but he emerges on top to claim another round. It's a tough stretch for Ignis, who has barely managed any wins today. A solid exchange here, and Ignis secures the point to close the gap slightly. Catalyst is dominating, sitting comfortably at 8-3. His current form on this specific map looks formidable. Catalyst heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. Well, this is exactly what we anticipated given that rating gap. He's just outplaying Ignis in every exchange right now. Time for a reset from Ignis. Catalyst just keeps finding the right spots, picking him off from the ramp again. That's a tough set of results for Ignis after the 9-27 run today. Catalyst is just ruthless, extending his lead to 10-4. A very clean way to put a stop to that slide. Ignis finds another one, bringing him to 5. He's really shaking off that earlier loss to him on orange. Everything is moving so fast right now. Catalyst is making things look easy with those lightning quick exchanges. Ignis is refusing to go quietly, putting up a surprising fight to close this gap. He's definitely putting that high ranking to the test. Ignis is putting on a real show now. He's completely flipped the script on this set. That was an absolute blur. He just completely shut him down to reach match point. Just a brutal response to that slide slip. Another clutch reaction from Ignis to keep his hopes alive. He's really forcing the top player to sweat right now. What a finish. He shuts the door completely to secure the victory. He really managed to bounce back from that rough defeat on Orange. Just too much raw speed in that series. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off today in a battle for dominance. Phantom is currently the top-rated player in the league, but he's coming into this feeling a bit of pressure after that early loss. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake off that slow start and lean on his historical advantage here. Unbelievable. He's just totally shutting down the opposition right now. That was almost instantaneous. He's showing some real grit to keep the gap narrow. Catalyst really didn't care about the altitude there, just diving right in to secure another win. What a scrap. He hangs on by a thread to secure this round and keep the pressure on. He really found a way to scrape that one out. Perfectly timed flick from the favorite to keep the pressure high. He is really fighting back into this series. He has completely seized control, leveling the score with a ruthless burst. The top seed is finally showing why he's ranked higher. Absolutely untouchable right now. Picking up another one as he surges ahead in this series. He is on a tear, completely owning this exchange to take a 2-round lead. His early lead had him looking like the clear favorite. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he manages to close it out as we approach the switch. The momentum is completely skewed in his direction heading into the break. It is 8-4 in favor of Phantom. Well, the odds definitely didn't predict this start. He is playing far above his head and making the supposed favorite look completely lost right now. Let's see if Catalyst can adjust. Phantom is entering this stretch on a massive high, having gone 25-10 in the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into these rounds. The only question is if Catalyst can find some stability and stop the slide. Phantom is now firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. A very competitive match for a pair that's played nearly 1,000 times. He's putting up a serious fight, taking this one without taking any damage himself. The gap is narrowing fast as he claws back into the game. He's simply on fire right now, racking up 3 straight to bring this set right back to a deadlock. The odds are starting to look very shaky for the favorite. What a response! That's a 4th straight round for Catalyst to bring this fight completely level. And there's the answer. He shuts the door on that run to reclaim a 1-round lead. The pressure is definitely starting to mount for the underdog. He's showing incredible poise right now, stumbling back into a 2-round lead with a lightning fast finish. He is completely taking over the map, pushing himself to within a single round of victory. He is simply too sharp to handle right now. Huge stop by Catalyst to knock him off the box and keep this game alive. That was a crisp read on the high ground. And that's it. Phantom closes the door with a perfect final shot to seal the series. Catalyst fought back hard to make it a nail-biter, but he just couldn't close the gap. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Ignis and Phantom facing off on Mappas to see who takes the win. Phantom starts strong, taking advantage of those boxes to grab an early lead. The #1 player in the league is starting sharp. Phantom absolutely owns this matchup historically with 59 total wins over Ignis. It's no surprise he's coming in with so much confidence after winning their last 5 meetings. We have to see if Ignis can actually find a way to break that cycle today. A fast reaction from Ignis puts him back on the board. Looking dangerous now, putting together a strong surge to close the gap. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to recover his footing. Phantom still holds a 2-round lead over Ignis. Expectations are staying high for the league's top seed. An effortless shot there, and Ignis continues to claw his way back into this game. Phantom enters today with a strong 26-10 record over the last day. Well, that kind of form makes a huge difference when you're already the top-rated player in the league. It'll be a tall order for Ignis to overturn that momentum. Both players landed heavy hits, but he manages to outlast Ignis to keep this run alive. Definitely playing like the top seed right now. Ignis manages to clear him of the red to secure another win. A gritty performance from the 15th seeded player here. Phantom takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the opening half to go. He's leveraging his experience here and looking every bit the world #1. Time to swap sides. Phantom is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9. That dominant run in the last 10 games is really showing. Phantom's firmly in control, leading 10-4. The top seed is looking nearly impossible to stop tonight. Just too fast for him. Phantom completely shuts down the comeback attempt. Looking completely untouchable right now. Completely shuts down the momentum shift, leaving Ignis stranded as he reaches match point. He just needs one more glimpse of the target to close this out. A sudden turnaround there as he manages to outduel the favorite and keep the match going. That was a sharp piece of play to keep the dream alive. Solid exchange, but Ignis comes out on top to keep his momentum going. An unexpected turn of events for the heavy favorite today. And there it is, Phantom closes the door on this match with a final strike. He's just completely in a different league right now, barely breaking a sweat on Mappas. Welcome to the red line map. Let's see if Ignis can pull off an upset against the heavily favored Catalyst. Catalyst holds a significant 76% win rate on this specific map. This huge statistical edge makes him the obvious favorite in a rivalry he already controls. It's a tough spot for Ignis to climb out of early on. Ignis is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's playing with newfound confidence after those tough losses to Phantom. Unbelievable. Ignis manages to clear the ramp for another victory, totally shifting the tide of this opening set. Hard to believe given the gap in their ratings. Catalyst answers back immediately, picking him right off the ramp. The number 4 player in the league is starting to wake up. Ignis is really dominating, holding a comfortable 2-round cushion. He's usually the one coming out on top in this rivalry. Ignis just completely took over that ramp, and now he's looking scary, comfortable out there. He's completely erasing that previous 13-8 loss from their last encounter. A messy exchange here, but he comes out on top to chip away at that lead. The gap in their raw skill rating hasn't deterred the underdog tonight. Ignis has put together a very tough day so far with a 927 record. Well, it seems like he's finally turning a corner by finding some success in this specific series. I wonder if this momentum can carry him all the way to a win. He's on fire right now, putting together a huge run as the first half winds down. He looks a lot more polished than the guy who struggled in his first few games today. Ignis holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, this is a shocking start for the higher rated player. Catalyst is looking completely lost against the man who was supposed to be the underdog here. Let's see if Catalyst finds some answers. Ignis really owned that ramp to keep the pressure on Catalyst. The number 4 seed is really feeling the pressure right now. Ignis is just relentless, pushing a commanding 9-5 lead. He's definitely trying to regain that 4-2 lifetime lead. Catalyst is starting to put together a real run here, quickly shutting down Ignis on the ramp. He's completely taking control now, managing a 3rd straight victory from the ramp. His class is finally starting to show in this series. The comeback is in full effect as he puts another one on the board, leaving his opponent completely outclassed. Ignis responds quickly to keep himself in the driver's seat. That was a crisp exchange, exactly how he wants to play this. Ignis is really putting on the pressure now, putting himself in a position to close this out quickly. Catalyst just shuts him down from the ramp, staying aggressive in his push to close the gap. Still seeing some gaps in his game despite the high rank. Ignis delivers a fast response to put himself on the verge of victory. That was a lightning fast encounter to reclaim the momentum. Incredible. He claws back from the edge with just 11 HP left to keep this series alive. Pure luck on that final shot to stave off the defeat. Absolute perfection to close it out. Ignis drops a final shot on the ramp and claims the victory. He really pushed through the chaos to take this one. He's completely flipped the script on his recent slump. What a way to fight back. Welcome to the arena. We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this match as our top-rated player, and he's certainly playing with a lot of confidence right now. Coming into this while maintaining a 5-match winning streak, it will be interesting to see if Catalyst can find a way to shake that momentum early on. Phantom isn't letting him breathe, picking Catalyst right off that ramp to take control here. He's definitely showing why he currently holds that top spot. And we're all tied up at 2 apiece. The head-to-head history between these two is incredibly close. Catalyst has finally seized the lead, moving ahead 3-2. A really tough time for the top seed to shake off. Just a total stalemate right now. Neither player is giving an inch in this set. The top seed is refusing to let the map slip away. Phantom Claws back ahead, taking a 4-3 lead. The overall win rates between them are nearly identical. He just can't stop this roll, taking the fight from the ramp to keep his momentum going. That's already a lot of success for the #1 seed today. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange to extend his streak to 4. The high seed is really making a statement here. Catalyst puts a stop to that run, securing a crisp kill from the ramp to close the gap. It proves that the gap between them isn't as wide as it looks. Phantom just secures another one from the toolbox, putting a real dent in Catalyst's hopes. He's looking a lot like the top seed right now. Phantom takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. This is looking like a huge upset against the odds. Catalyst just isn't keeping up with that pace right now. Time to see if Catalyst bounces back. Phantom is currently carrying a 26-9 record over the last day, so yeah, it's a clear sign that he's bringing some incredible form into this series. Despite that, Catalyst has managed to pull a few rounds back to keep this contest viable. Phantom is just putting on a clinic from the ramp, leaving Catalyst with a mountain to climb here. Phantom is really pulling away now, leading 10-6. Catalyst is proving he can hang with the #1 seed. The gap is widening quickly. Catalyst needs to find an answer soon, or this will be a very short series. Catalyst just proves he can handle the height, shutting down Phantom's play from the toolbox. The #4 seed is fighting to keep this series alive. Catalyst is putting on a great show right now, managing to hold that ramp and shut Phantom down. A tough spot to be in, considering his 47% success rate on this map. Phantom is absolutely ruthless, shutting down Catalyst's attempt to hold the ramp. Catalyst holds his ground on the ramp and finds a clean shot to slow things down. A gutsy response from the challenger to keep things interesting. He stays sharp on the ramp and denies the map point, keeping his hope alive. A huge shift in energy for the underdog right now. The comeback is truly on as he continues his charge, refusing to let the match end right here. Unbelievable. He locks down the ramp once again to force this match into overtime. Simply a complete reversal of fortunes in a matter of minutes. Huge moment for Phantom to reclaim the advantage and pull ahead in the tiebreaker. He's truly proving why he's our top-rated player. Phantom uses that ramp height perfectly to put more pressure on this series. He's clearly in peak form throughout this session. Fast reflex play to extend that streak and put him in a position to close this out. Everything is coming up easy for him right now. Solid response from Catalyst to stay in this, keeping the pressure high during this critical stage. A crucial bit of resistance as we head into the final stretch. Unbelievable finish. Phantom shuts the door with a perfect strike and claims the victory. He just barely escaped that one close call, but he kept his head while the other guy pushed too hard in overtime. What a match. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Ignis and Phantom facing off on Italy, where the top seed looks strong. Phantom has dominated this rivalry with 60 total wins over Ignis. It makes sense when you look at how he's consistently put the pressure on his opponent in the past. I wonder if Ignis can find a way to break that pattern today. Ignis fights back to even things up at 1 apiece. The number 1 seed is having to work for it early. Ignis is now firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. The world number 1 looks unusually shaky early on. He is simply untouchable right now, putting an absolute stranglehold on the early map. A tough spot for the number 1 seed to be in. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange to keep the run going. Complete opposite of what the rating suggested for this map. Phantom secures a huge reaction from the wine, finally putting a stop to that runaway start. He is digging deep to close the gap, completely shutting down his opponent this time. He's completely shifted the tide, evening the series with a fierce counter-offensive. The favorite is finally showing his class here. Absolutely punishing from the wine, and that makes 4 straight for the comeback king. And he's back on the board, evening the score at 5-5. Ignis is showing some real grit against the top seed. He's continuing this push to get back into the lead before we head into the interval. A quick exchange, but the favorite keeps his cool. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. You know, Ignis is playing far above his usual level today. I expected a much easier time for the top seed, but this is turning into a real battle. Time to see who blinks first. He's playing incredibly steady right now, walking away from that exchange without a scratch. The momentum is swinging back toward where the ranking said it would be. And now we're deadlocked at 7-all. This is definitely a surprising turn of events given the gap in their ratings. He's showing some serious resolve now, simply outclassing his opponent to take the lead. He's really putting his skill gap on full display. A lightning fast kill to keep his momentum going. Phantom holds a slim 1-round lead heading into 17. He's fighting through some tough recent results today. He is continuing his climb back into the lead with another swift victory. The comeback continues as he keeps the pressure high, firmly putting the wind back in his sails. Just pure quality from the better ranked side. Sensationally fast and effortless, leaving him in the dust to reach match point. Ignis secures a vital stop here to keep his hopes alive. He's proving to be a far more dangerous opponent than expected. He's refusing to go quietly, securing another rapid victory to keep the dream alive. Unbelievable. He's just not letting up, keeping this comeback alive with a perfect shot. The momentum has completely shifted since the start of the second half. What a stand. Ignis takes down the target on the wine to force an overtime deadlock. The pressure is through the roof as we head into this overtime clash. He just refuses to break, ending that exchange completely unscathed to take the lead. He's showing exactly why he occupies that top spot in the ladder. What an intense scrap. Ignis claws back to a tie, barely scraping through that chaotic exchange. Absolute chaos in those final exchanges. Phantom secures the advantage from the wine, showing an incredible level of composure. Ignis guts out another round, surviving a brutal exchange to bring us back to a deadlock. It's becoming an absolute nightmare for the favorite to close this out. Phantom responds immediately, erasing Ignis in a flash to put himself on the verge of victory. Absolutely flawless finish. Phantom shuts the door on this series to secure the victory. Honestly, credit to Ignis for pushing this deep into the extra rounds after that disaster of a start. He just didn't have enough left to close it out. A tough fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on orange for a fast-paced clash between Ignis and the heavily favored Catalyst. Catalyst is clearly the higher-rated player in this pair. It's a surprising start given how dominated his overall stats usually are. We're seeing Ignis bring some serious confidence into this server after that recent victory over him. Ignis is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Catalyst is quickly flipping the script here and erasing that early deficit. Tough break for the number 15 seed right here. Tight exchange here, but he comes out on top and keeps the momentum rolling. The top 4 seed is finally starting to assert himself. Ignis recovers quickly from that opening damage to square things up at 3-3. Ignis takes another round to push the lead to 4-3. The higher seed is really struggling to find some answers. He's completely taken over the map now, claiming a 3rd straight victory. The 15 seed is really making a statement here. A very clean reaction there to get things back on track. He's trying to close that head-to-head gap. Ignis has managed a 52% win rate on this map over a massive sample size. I mean, that historical familiarity is really starting to pay off. It is giving him a clear psychological edge over the higher seed in this series. Ignis takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, this is a shock. The top 4 seed is looking completely lost right now against a player he usually beats with ease. Time for a fresh start. Ignis keeps the hit up at 8-5. He's definitely fighting to close that gap in their head-to-head history. He's completely untouchable right now, securing another win to keep this comeback rolling. This is exactly why the experts had the odds so skewed. Ignis is just cruising along with a 9-6 advantage. He looks shaky after that recent 13-16 loss to Phantom. He barely survives that chaotic trade, digging deep to keep his momentum alive. It's just a rough day for the top seed. Ignis holds a commanding 3-round buffer at 10-7. He's definitely fighting to get back to his usual standard. He's really starting to separate himself here, just completely dismantling the higher seed's hopes of a comeback. These last few rounds have been incredibly fast, and Catalyst is finally starting to find some consistency in his reactions. Stays composed in the exchange to keep this comeback alive. The gap in their overall rankings is starting to feel real. What a read. Ignis just needs one more to secure the victory. This is a total reversal of what the rankings predicted. A huge save there to keep the dream alive, refusing to let this series slip away. He's finally starting to fight back into this series. Another fast response for Catalyst, and he's keeping the dream alive with that shot. He is completely locking down the server right now. Unbelievable. Ignis shuts the door right there to secure a massive victory. He really dug in his heels to withstand that late charge to come out on top against that level of skill. It's just impressive. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off today to see who comes out on top. Phantom has been on an incredible run, putting up a 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. It makes total sense that he's outclassing Catalyst right now, given the momentum he's carrying. We just have to see if Catalyst can shut down this streak. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. Things are heating up quickly here, with both players trading rounds and refusing to give an inch. This looks more like a toss-up than the pre-match odds suggested. Catalyst is really starting to seize control, reacting quickly to pull ahead by 1. He picks up another one from the ramp, fully taking over this side of the map. Hard to believe the top-rated player is struggling this much. He secures another one from the ramp, and now he's completely taken over. A tough spot for the current top seed. Catalyst is just unstoppable right now, shutting him down again with a 5-round surge. The league leader is looking completely lost in this series. He's absolutely on fire, extending his streak to 6 straight rounds. Total reversal from their previous meeting on fast aim. Finally, Phantom finds his footing, taking this one from the boost to break that run. He's certainly trying to prove why he's the #1 rated player. Catalyst has a 69% success rate on this map, which is usually a huge advantage for him. The problem is that he's currently trapped in a multi-match losing streak. It's a dangerous spot for him to be in as Phantom starts to claw back. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. He's playing exactly how we expected him to today. He's clearly comfortable on this map and has the momentum heading into the second half. Phantom is narrowing the gap, sitting back at 5-8. It looks like his recent head-to-head success is finally translating here. A complete shutdown there, and he's showing some serious grit to keep this rally going. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected today. He's absolutely surging now, taking another round to keep this momentum rolling. Catalyst quickly puts an end to that rally, picking the opposition off the boost. He's really fighting to shake off that slump in his recent matches. Catalyst holds a commanding 3-round cushion over Phantom. Phantom's a strong force today, but he's still fighting an uphill battle. He catches the opponent of the Tetris for a clean win, keeping his comeback effort alive. What a scrap! Both players were hammering away at each other, but Phantom just barely outlasted him. He's truly refusing to let the lead slip away. Absolutely unreal. He has erased the deficit to bring the series level. Total deadlock now as we head into the final stretch. He puts on a clinic from the Tetris, moving just 1 point away from the finish line. Just like his recent form against the field, he's taking full control. Another effortless win from the Tetris, leaving him just a single round away from victory. He's looking every bit the top-seeded player right now. Catalyst reacts quickly to stop the bleeding and keep his hopes alive. A huge moment of pressure right there to force this deeper. Unbelievable! Phantom completes the miracle run to secure the victory. He just couldn't shake that early momentum. Catalyst played out of his mind for a while, but the top seed finally stepped up. What a fight! Welcome to the June's map. Ignis and Phantom are ready to go, though the top seed is the heavy favorite today. Phantom is absolutely dominating the head-to-head record with a massive 61 wins over Ignis. We've already seen those results play out in their most recent encounter where Phantom narrowly took the win. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can find a way to break that cycle today. Phantom's just outclassing Ignis as he takes a 2-1 lead. He's riding an incredible 8-game tier recently. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Phantom is really putting the pressure on early. Phantom holds a slender lead moving into round 5. He's definitely not shaking off those recent wins today. And just like that, Ignis has leveled things up. Hard to believe our #1 seed is actually shaking right now. He's simply on fire right now, taking complete control of the match. He's really putting his #1 seed status on the line here. Phantom secures the edge in that trade, bringing us back to a deadlock. He's putting that #1 ranking on display right now. Ignis really stepped up his game to knock Phantom off that box and take the lead. Ignis is currently playing against his usual pattern since his overall win rate is only 50%. He's essentially fighting through a mountain of historical data to pull ahead right now. It's a surprising shift in momentum given how consistently he's been outplayed in the past. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Honestly, we are seeing a total reversal of the usual script here. It's rare to see the world #1 trailing like this, but Ignis is playing like he's not intimidated at all. Time to see if the momentum sticks. Ignis is just cruising now with a 3-round cushion. The top seed is really feeling the heat right now. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and Phantom somehow scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health. Truly a miracle of a play to keep that dream alive. He is refusing to go down quietly and keeps his foot on the gas. He's really fighting to keep those top tier credentials intact. Ignis stays in the driver's seat at 9-7. That 13-11 victory over Catalyst earlier gave him a bit of confidence. A total shutdown of a round as he continues this push to close the gap. Ignis keeps the pace, now leading 10-8. He's really shaking off those poor results from earlier today. Phantom stays composed in a slower exchange and shuts things down without taking any damage. That's an impressive recovery for the top-rated player in this bracket. A grueling fight, but he edges it out to bring this series level. Total parity now as we head into the final stretch. Ignis secures the high ground and comes out on top in a lightning-fast exchange. He's definitely proving that those recent wins over Catalyst weren't a fluke. Absolute panic in that trade, but he clings on for dear life to reach match point. He's really shaken the odds of this series upside down. What a display of composure from Phantom, weathering the storm to deny a quick ending. The pressure is mounting, but he's certainly not shaking. Unreal. He just completely locked this down to force the series into overtime. A clean sweep to get the series perfectly balanced. He's just completely untouchable right now, picking up another one to take the lead in this overtime battle. This is exactly why he entered the match as the clear frontrunner. He is simply refusing to let up, securing another effortless victory to keep the pressure high. The momentum shift is coinciding with his high seeding. He's simply unstoppable now, putting himself on the verge of victory with that quick shot from the box. Huge response from Ignis, keeping the dream alive with a perfect shot. That was a precise shot to shut down the momentum. What a finish. Phantom closes it out and secures the victory. That was a gritty performance, surviving a real scare in the mid-game to pull through. Ignis really pushed him to the brink today. What a match. Welcome everyone to Mappas. Ignis and Catalyst are ready to go, but the heavy favorite might be in for a challenge. What a scramble. Both players traded heavy blows, but Catalyst manages to clutch out the first round by the skin of his teeth. Catalyst is currently sitting at a strong rating of 5 in the league. He's definitely playing like a top-tier competitor right now, though the raw map stats actually favor Ignis. It'll be interesting to see if that historical edge can actually flip the momentum. Catalyst has a commanding 3-1 lead as we reset. Hard to ignore the class difference when he's sitting in the top 5. The momentum is swinging back and forth, and Catalyst is looking a bit shaken after that quick defeat. Catalyst had a great read on the map there, securing that win from the ramp. A rough day for Catalyst so far, but he's stabilizing here. What a nail biter. He barely walks away from that exchange, managing to survive with a sliver of health. Absolute perfection from the ramp as he keeps his hold on this series. He is proving why he holds that top 5 spot today. He's just too strong right now, holding that ramp to extend the lead to 7. Coming off a tough string of losses lately, he's finally found some stability. Ignis puts a clean stop to that momentum, bringing the score to 3-7. He's really fighting for his life after a tough run in his last few games. Catalyst has a very high all-time win rate of 65%, and that's really showing in how he's managing the pace of this duel. It's an interesting contrast to his recent struggles, which makes this lead feel even more secure now. We just see if he can lock this away quickly. Catalyst goes into the break with a 9-3 lead. You know, the top seed is purely in control here. This is exactly how the experts predicted this match would start. Ignish picks up a point, still trailing 4-9. He's certainly fighting against that overall struggle he's had in his recent outings. Catalyst pushes the lead to 10, putting on a clinic. He looks much more composed than in his recent face-off with Ignis. These engagements are happening faster and faster, leaving absolutely no room for error. He's really putting the 1700 rating to work right now. A lightning fast encounter, and he's just one more away from closing this out. Absolutely ruthless efficiency from that last duel. What a finish. He closes the door on the series with an effortless final kill. He completely shut the door on any hopes of a comeback regardless of what the map stats predicted. We'll be right back with more action from red line between Phantom and Catalyst. And we are back live on red line with Phantom and Catalyst still locked at 0. Phantom is currently on a massive tier with a 9-win streak going into this. It's impressive to see, but he's facing an opponent who historically outperforms him in this specific environment. We'll see if the top seed can recover his footing quickly. Catalyst is moving quickly here, catching Phantom right as he tries to push off that ramp. Catalyst has a commanding lead now, sitting at 3-1. He's actually looking very comfortable for someone rated lower on the ladder. Phantom claws back to 2, keeping this race tight. A good look back at their 13-11 battle just a few matches ago. Phantom is really putting the pressure on, managing to hold a huge advantage from the Tetris to level things up. Catalyst just barely edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round lead. A tight battle for a player who usually has a tougher time here. Catalyst is just simply too quick right now, taking control of the pace from that high ground. He's taking full advantage of the map edge today. Catalyst is simply on fire, dismantling his opponent from the Tetris to keep the streak alive. Phantom finds his second wind, utilizing the Tetris to bring the score within 2. A crucial stop for the favorite to keep this within reach. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and Catalyst just barely comes out on top of a brutal trade. A tough spot for the current top seed to find the spot. Catalyst heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Well, he's playing exactly like the map expert we expected. It's a narrow lead, but he looks very settled in this spot. Fresh start for both players. Phantom manages to outlast him from the ramp and begins to chip away at that lead. Things are heating up for the higher rated side of this match. Emotion mid, the head-to-head record between these two is essentially a dead heat. It really highlights how consistent these battles are. Even though Phantom usually holds a slight edge overall, it'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can keep this momentum going to close things out Emotion mid. Takes total control from the ramp to close the gap to 2. The gap in the ratings is starting to look irrelevant here. Catalyst is pushing for the finish at 10-7. He has looked much stronger lately when these two cross paths. The pressure is really mounting on Phantom as he's just unable to find an answer for that aggression. Phantom pulls the trigger right as Catalyst tries to peek from the Tetris, cutting into that lead further. He's definitely fighting through a tough afternoon with those 6 losses today. That was a flawless sequence for Catalyst, leaving him just a single point away from victory. The underdog is really putting on a show for the crowd. What a finish! Catalyst shuts everything down and secures the match right here. Emotion high, a huge statement win for that guy. It's clear he just knows exactly how to play this map to get the better of the top seed Emotion high. Welcome everyone, we have Ignis and Phantom facing off on fast aim, though the top seed is the heavy favorite today. Phantom really used that verticality to his advantage, capitalizing on the high ground right out of the gate. Phantom has a truly suffocating head-to-head record here, winning 62 of their meetings. It makes total sense that we're seeing a repeat of the dominance from their last encounter today. The gap in class is just glaring right now. Phantom's now pushing ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's fighting through a rough day with a 10 and 25 record. Unreal, Phantom just barely survives a chaotic brawl to take the round off the ramp. The #1 rated player is definitely showing his class. Phantom is just playing too fast, cleaning up the round from the ramp in under 2 seconds. Just a glimpse of the massive skill gap we're seeing today. He's absolutely rolling now, picking Ignis right off the ramp to extend the lead. Another point for the top seed, controlling everything from the wine box. He's clearly riding a wave of confidence today. Ignis finally answers back, securing the fight from the ramp. He's desperate for a result after those losses earlier today. Ignis is actually putting up a real fight here, pulling off that clean win over the ramp. It's definitely a tighter battle than their 16-13 clash on Dunes. Absolutely stunning, he's carved out a significant comeback with 3 straight wins. The momentum is shifting in a way we didn't expect before this match. Phantom puts a stop to that surge from the ramp as we head into the final round of the half. Exactly the kind of resilience we expect from a world-class player. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead as we go to the break. I mean, it's basically exactly what we expected. Ignis is keeping it competitive, but the world #1 is clearly in charge. Fresh start for both players. Ignis is refusing to back down, securing a flawless point from the ramp. He's showing the kind of tenacity we saw in those earlier matches. Phantom has put together a dominant 27-8 record over the last day. That kind of form makes him look nearly impossible to shake. If he can keep this pace, it'll be very hard for Ignis to find a way back into this game. He just keeps firing, walking away from a lengthy firefight without taking a single hit. The top-ranked player in the league is simply too consistent. He's completely shut the door on that comeback, taking the round without taking any damage. Ignis manages to outduel him from the ramp to keep things interesting. A rare glimpse of the underdog finding a way through. Ignis is really putting the pressure on now, closing the gap on the scoreboard with a 3rd straight win. It's definitely not a one-sided affair at the moment. Ignis edges out the exchange from the ramp to keep this rally going. We're seeing an entirely different story than what the analysts predicted. What a scramble! He somehow comes out on top of that absolute war to move into a commanding position. He managed to hold on with a tiny bit of health left. He's just not going away, knocking Phantom off the ramp to stay in the fight. He's making this a much tighter contest than the odds suggested. And there it is. Phantom puts an end to the rally with a final kill to claim the match. Ignis really pushed him to the limit this time, but those few clutch survives proved to be the difference. What a fight. welcome to the arena. We've got Ignis and Catalyst facing off today, with the favorite looking strong heading into this one. Catalyst has historically owned 56% of their head-to-head battles, and honestly that familiarity seems to be paying off early. It's clear the confidence from their most recent victory over Ignis is carrying over into this set. He is just untouchable right now, taking full control of the opening set. His rank as a top 5 player is on full display. What a scramble! Both players were nearly depleted, but he manages to scrape out the victory. He secures another quick win from the ramp, putting a complete stranglehold on this opening half. He really looks like the top 4 seed today. A complete shutout. He's now 6 rounds clear in an absolute steamroll. The difference in their recent form is glaring right now. Finally a round for Ignis, slowing down the momentum of his opponent. He's fighting through a really rough stretch in the server today. Ignis has an impressive overall win rate of 50% over thousands of matches. It's clear he has the veteran experience to handle the pressure. Now he just needs to keep these consecutive rounds going to close the gap. Unreal, he barely scrapes by that fight and keeps this incredible run alive. He's proving to be a much tougher opponent than predicted. Catalyst puts a stop to that charge, reclaiming control as we approach the break. It's 8-4 for Catalyst going into the second half. I mean, this is exactly the kind of start the top-seeded player wanted. Ignis did manage to claw back a few rounds, but he's still trailing by 4. Fresh start for both players. Catalyst is dominating the board, sitting comfortably at 9. The gap in their current ratings is really starting to show. Ignis is struggling, still trailing 9-5. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on here. He's just a few steps away from closing this whole thing out. What a fight. He nearly went down in that exchange, but he manages to walk away with the round. Ignis reacts quickly to catch Catalyst as he pushes from the ramp. It's a tough road for the underdog, especially after that last blowout loss. A lightning fast execution by Catalyst, and now he's just one step away from closing the set. He manages to hold his ground and keep the dream alive for now. The pressure is definitely getting to the front runner. Boom, Catalyst closes it out with a crisp headshot to seal the series. He's definitely found his rhythm on the arena today, proving why he's currently sitting in the top 4. welcome to the dunes. Let's see if Phantom can keep up his momentum against the formidable Catalyst tonight. Phantom gets an early lead here, utilizing that high ground to secure the first round. He's certainly looking to avenge that recent loss on Redline. Phantom has won about 64% of his matches on this map, showing he really knows how to navigate these sidelines. It's an interesting contrast considering Catalyst is coming off a strong victory against him just an hour ago. Now we see who can actually hold that early momentum. Total control from Catalyst, who just walked through that exchange without taking a scratch. The top seed is struggling to find a response. Phantom fights his way through that trade to keep things close. It's a tough battle for the #1 seed here. Catalyst is really putting away with a commanding 4-2 lead. The higher ranked man is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Catalyst is dominating, moving into the 7th with a 5-2 lead. The #1 seed has to find a way to pivot. He's showing some real grit, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. The seed needs this momentum if he wants to climb back. He's finding a way back into this, erasing the lead with another flawless exchange. The higher rated side is finally starting to settle in. Goodness! That was a brutal fight. Catalyst barely manages to survive the exchange to take a 6-4 lead. Absolutely nail-biting finish to that trade. He's refusing to back down and keeps the fight alive just before the switch. That was a lightning-fast exchange to wrap up the half. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the switch. I mean, the underdog is holding his own despite the pre-match hype for Catalyst. This really feels like a toss-up right now. Everything resets now. Catalyst edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 13. He's certainly riding a wave of confidence right now. He just claws back into this, bringing things completely. Even at 7-7, the high-seeded player is finally shaking off the early nerves. Another point for Phantom, who is showing some serious strength to take the lead. His consistency is really starting to tell in this side of the match. A huge showing here as he extends his lead and puts the pressure back on. The favorite is clearly in control of the pace now. He's just unstoppable right now, taking another quick round to extend that win streak to 4. He's just taken over this game, extending that run to 5 straight. What a chaotic trade, but the momentum stays with him for a 6th straight victory. Unbelievable. Phantom closes it out to secure the victory. He just completely took over that match, a huge turnaround after getting knocked around early on. Welcome everyone to Orange. Ignis and Phantom are facing off. Though the favorite looks very strong heading into this match, Phantom dominates this matchup with an incredible 63-5 lifetime record against Ignis. The skill gap on the ladder is just as stark. He'll be looking to use that advantage to shut this down early. Ignis is simply rolling right now, taking a 2-0 lead. The top-rated player in the league is definitely feeling the heat. Phantom claws one back, but Ignis still holds a slim lead. Phantom is putting that massive 27-8 run from earlier today to good use. Unbelievable. That was a total war of attrition. And he barely walks away with a sliver of health. A tough break for Ignis, especially after that loss to Catalyst earlier. Completely untouched. That's 3 straight for him, and he's fully in control now. The world #1 is just getting started. The turnaround is complete, and he's really beginning to seize the lead. The rating disparity is showing in a big way. He finds an answer immediately, keeping the deficit to a single round. He's really fighting to shake off that recent cold streak. And we are deadlocked at 4 apiece. This is definitely a tighter contest than their last meeting on Fast Aim. Phantom regains a narrow edge with a 5-4 lead. His recent 90% form is really starting to show. Ignis has struggled significantly lately, dropping a huge number of matches in the last day. He's really facing an uphill battle trying to put together any kind of momentum. The question is whether he can actually find a way to break through Phantom's defense. We head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5. I mean, the top seed is comfortably in the driver's seat. He's played a very consistent game so far, keeping things right on track with what we expected. Fresh start for the second half. Phantom's firmly in the lead, pushing ahead to 8-5. The top seed is making this look like a walk in the park. Phantom is pulling way ahead now, leading 9-5. He is playing like a man on a mission right now. A total shutdown. He closes it out with a huge lead, and that's another perfect round. The difference in their overall win rates is becoming very clear. He manages to disrupt the flow and get himself back on the board. That's still a huge mountain to climb for the 15th seed. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, refusing to let his opponent get any air. He's looking almost perfect across the board today. What a scramble! He barely claws his way out of that exchange to put himself one step from victory. That was an incredibly tight exchange. Ignis answers back quickly, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. He needs to find a way to sustain this effort. And there it is. Phantom shuts the door on this match with a crisp finish. He really put on a show today, just continuing that absolute tear he's been on lately. Welcome everyone. We've got Ignis and Catalyst facing off on Mappas, with Catalyst entering as the strong favorite today. Catalyst has been the better player in their head-to-head history, winning about 60% of their matchups. And it's clear he's carrying that confidence into today's server. He'll be looking to keep that psychological grip on Ignis throughout the half. What a fight! He nearly went down, but manages to scrap through with a tiny bit of health. We're all squared up at 2-all. He definitely has the higher ranking coming into this one. Catalyst holds a thin lead as we hit round 5. It is a tough time for Ignis, who has struggled in his last few matches. Momentum has completely shifted and is now sitting on a 3-game tier. The ranking difference is starting to show in this series. Ignis responds quickly, shutting down that run right here. His map history actually suggests he can hang with this guy. Unreal, that was a complete slugfest and he barely scrapes through to tie this series up. He's definitely not playing like a number 15 ranked underdog right now. Absolutely wild, he almost gets knocked out but manages to hold his nerve and secure the 3rd straight win. His current form is a huge contrast to those early losses today. He's just completely taking over this set, extending his lead to a pair of rounds. Quite a turnaround from that 7-13 loss they shared earlier today. A very clean kill to keep things tight heading into the final round of the half. That put a stop to the run just in time. We're all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the break. Well, Ignis is really shaking things up here. He's fighting way above his rank and putting the top 4 seed under some serious pressure. Switching sides, total reset. The top 4 seed is really feeling the heat right now. And just like that, Catalyst claws back to a deadlock. Neither player has found a steady rhythm today. What a scramble. He nearly goes down in that chaotic trade but manages to edge it out. He's really making the most of that early lead. Absolute deadlock at 8 apiece for these two. Looking at those map percentages, this is exactly where he wants to be. Catalyst tips the scales and takes a slim lead. That was a blink, and you miss it in counter. They're just trading rounds back and forth, and it's getting a real deadlock as we near the end. It's a complete flip from that 7-13 result they had earlier. Ignis manages to edge ahead by a single round. The number 4 seed is really struggling to keep it together. An absolute stalemate as both Ignis and Catalyst hit 10. Ignis is putting on a serious display here, proving that he can truly compete with the top seeds. He's really defying the odds in this series. The speed of these rounds is just electric lately, with barely any time wasted before someone drops. He secures the advantage, moving just 1 round away from victory. It's a complete reversal of the typical result for these two. Absolute perfection to close it out. Ignis is the victor. He really clawed his way back from that losing streak to take down a top seed. Pure determination, what a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy for this match between Phantom and Catalyst. It's time to see who takes the win. Phantom enters this series on a high note with a 90% win rate in his last 10 outings. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this map, where he historically holds a significant advantage over Catalyst. Let's see if he can keep this pace going. He's absolutely punishing his opponent right now, taking a huge 3-0 lead. He is simply outclassing his opponent, moving into a total sweep of the opening round. Pure devastation. He's just not letting up, taking a 5th straight round. It's been a rough run of form for the 5th ranked player. Absolutely untouchable. He's now 6 for 6 in this opening stretch. Catalyst finally draws blood, picking him up from the wine. A tight battle when you look at their overall head-to-head history. Phantom has managed to win 50% of their all-time matchups. Well, those numbers are tight, but is clearly the one dominating the recent trend between the two. Now that Catalyst has finally pushed back with 2 straight rounds, it will be interesting to see if this momentum holds. What an incredible charge from Catalyst, putting the pressure on and taking another round for himself. Phantom answers back, putting a stop to that brief surge from his opponent. Phantom takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. The oddsmakers clearly underestimated him here. He's looking like a real threat to pull off the upset after that hot start. Time for a fresh start. Catalyst keeps the pressure up, catching Phantom right as he peeked the wine barrels. He's definitely fighting for a better result than his recent losses suggest. He's showing a lot of grit, keeping this run alive to keep himself in the hunt. The momentum shift is palpable as he closes the gap. He's on fire now, putting together 3 straight to narrow this gap. Phantom puts a halt to that momentum and puts a 2-round cushion back in his favor. A complete shutdown as he refuses to let his opponent pull away from this game. The underdog is refusing to fade away. Clears the wine barrels with a perfect shot to bring this series all the way back to a dead heat. Phantom edges ahead, barely clutching that 10-9 lead. The world #1 is showing exactly why he holds that top spot. Phantom is really tightening the noose here, putting a serious dent in Catalyst's hopes of a comeback. Just a flash of movement and he shuts it down, bringing this close to a wrap. Unreal, he somehow digs himself out of that hole to survive with a sliver of health. Talk about a clutch way to stop the bleeding. Absolute perfection in that final sequence to close out the series. He really had to sweat for that one, but he manages to keep his lead over the #5 seed. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Red Line. We have Ignis and Phantom facing off with the heavy favorite looking to keep the streak alive. Phantom has dominated this rivalry with 64 wins over Ignis in their shared history. He's actually coming off a very strong 27-8 stretch today. It'll be interesting to see if that momentum can stifle the early energy Ignis is bringing. Phantom's just an edge ahead as we head back. It's a familiar scenario for the top-rated guy on the ladder. Unreal. He barely walks away from that exchange, forcing a deadlock at 2 apiece. He's definitely not feeling like the top seed in the world right now. Phantom holds the lead by a single round. It's a tough matchup for the 14th seed. Phantom is really starting to pull away now. A nightmare scenario for the number 14 seed right now. Ignis is really fighting back, refusing to let this slide into another blowout. The number 1 seed is looking a bit shaky in this set. What a scramble! Ignis barely survives a war of attrition to pull the score level. The higher seed will have to find an answer quickly. Phantom holds the vertical advantage here, cleaning up the ramp to get back in control. He's been on a total tear throughout the day. Ignis catches him completely off guard, cleaning him right off the ramp to bring this right back to a draw. Ignis finally seizes the lead at 6-5. That was an incredibly fast stop to end the exchange. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. I mean, this is a total shock considering Phantom normally wins over 90% of these meetings. The underdog is putting up a massive fight and refuses to fold. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis is just barely keeping his nose ahead. A clean sweep of that engagement to keep the pressure on. Rarely do we see such a close battle against the league leader. Everything is completely equal as we hit a 7-7 stalemate. He is certainly playing like the favorite in this specific encounter. Phantom is quickly reclaiming the momentum, putting Ignis on the defensive again. He's really starting to exert that ranking authority. What a fight, he just barely scraped through that chaotic exchange to keep the streak going. He's looking almost as composed as he did in their last encounter. He just won't let up, picking his opponent off the ramp to extend this hot streak. He's really proving why he holds the top spot on the ladder. Absolutely flawless execution as he extends this streak to 5 straight. Phantom secures a huge 6th straight, cleaning up from the Tetris to put himself on match point. He's looking completely unshakable right now. A huge stop for the underdog, delaying the inevitable for just one more round. He's making this a lot closer than anyone expected going in. And there it is. He strikes from the boxes to shut it all down and secure the victory. He's just an absolute machine today. Ignis showed a ton of heart early on, but the quality gap eventually caught up with him. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Ignis and Catalyst facing off today, with the favorite looking to secure a big win. Catalyst holds a slight edge in their head-to-head history with 6 total wins over Ignis. It's interesting to see the top-rated player in this series trying to translate that overall dominance into a clean sweep today. We'll see if he can keep the pressure on. You just can't find an answer. As Catalyst secures the win from the ramp, the number 5 player in our ratings is certainly looking sharp. Ignis puts up a fight and claims a tidy kill from the ramp. The underdog is refusing to go down quietly so far. Catalyst is really starting to separate himself here, putting a significant gap between him and Ignis early on. Hard for the 14th spot on the ladder to close this gap. Catalyst is just ruthlessly cruising toward a 5-1 lead. He's showing why he's in that top 10 bracket. Ignis really seems to be capitalizing on his recent momentum after beating Catalyst in their most recent meeting. So yeah, that victory earlier today clearly gave him the psychological edge needed to push back in this series. We'll be right back with more action from Fast Aim after a very quick break. And we are back in the action as Ignis and Catalyst resume with the score at 3-5. What a turnaround! He secures another victory from the ramp to keep this momentum building. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seeded player now. Absolute perfection. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. He just doesn't stop, picking his opponent right off the window to seize a lead before the break. Simply stunning to see the momentum shift this drastically. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. Well, Catalyst is definitely feeling the pressure here. He entered as the big favorite, but Ignis is playing like he owns the server right now. Time for a complete reset. Unbelievable. He nearly goes down, but claws through the chaos to knock Catalyst off the ramp. A high-stress survival that puts him firmly in control. Catalyst is really playing a careful game, managing to keep this completely locked in a stalemate. He's just completely in control from the ramp, really tightening his grip on the lead. Ignis survives the exchange to take a round from the ramp, keeping this comeback alive. Both players are just refusing to blink in this deadlock. Catalyst is just slightly too quick, using that ramp position to keep a narrow advantage. The higher seed is finally finding some stability. Catalyst regains a 2-round cushion as we hit round 18. He's really starting to lean into that higher rating advantage. That was effortless. He's now fully in the driver's seat with 3 straight wins. That was a lightning fast encounter to keep the momentum rolling. And he answers right back, picking his opponent off the wine box to keep this climb going. A huge stop for the trailing player to stay in this. He wins a tight duel to put himself just one step away from victory. Lightning fast reaction to halt that run. He's showing serious grit while staring down the end of the match. And there it is. Catalyst shuts the door with the final exchange to take home the victory. Ignis really pushed him to the limit tonight, especially with that mid-match run. He just barely lacked the closing power to pull off the upset. What a fight. Welcome everyone! We're at the arena for a great duel between Phantom and Catalyst. Let's see who takes this one. Phantom is looking sharp, catching Catalyst quickly right there on the ramp. Our #1 ranked player started this set with an incredibly clean burst. Catalyst is playing extremely aggressively, taking a huge risk on the ramp and coming out on top. Phantom has been simply dominant lately with a 28-7 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this duel. Catalyst has slightly more success on this map historically, but the current form is heavily weighted toward the top seed. Phantom holds a tight lead, but Catalyst is closing in. The top seed is really asserting his authority here. It's a total deadlock right now. Neither of these two is giving an inch. He's really digging in against the top-rated player today. What a scramble. Catalyst manages to push through and knock him off the box to take the lead. Phantom just puts a stop to that run, catching Catalyst right as he was pushing from the ramp. His recent matches show he's in a completely different gear today. Phantom still keeps a slender edge at 5-4. He's definitely making a case for that top spot on the ladder. He's absolutely on fire right now, taking total control of this match. He's making it look easy against a top 5 opponent. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health to secure another win. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a huge result for the man coming in as the underdog. He really proved why he's top of the rankings with that 4-game run to close the half. Let's see who finds their rhythm now. He answers back with a clean display of precision, keeping himself completely fresh. He's proving a lot of the pre-match doubt wrong. What an absolute scrap. He manages to claw back the round in a frantic exchange. He looks far more comfortable than Catalyst did in that earlier duel. He's refusing to go away, showing some real grit as he claws right back into this. The gap between these two is basically non-existent today. And another one for the challenger, who's now completely erased that early deficit to square things up. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite now. He's simply outclassing the favorite right now, taking that round without breaking a sweat. The shift in power here is genuinely startling. Absolute chaos there. He somehow manages to walk away from that carnage with just a sliver of health left to tie the game. What an absolute nail-biter. Both players are barely holding on. Phantom regains control, pushing the tally to 10-9. That's a massive contrast to the current state of his last 10 matches. He is just too fast for him right now, putting up a 3rd straight victory. This looks identical to how he handled his last set against Catalyst. Absolute insanity. He survives a brutal exchange with almost nothing left to put himself on the verge of victory. The sheer precision in those close calls is just staggering. He keeps the dream alive, surviving a tough trade to keep this match going. That's a crucial stop to keep the pressure. Absolutely sensational. Phantom secures the final blow to seal the victory. He really leaned on his experience in those clutch moments today. Catalyst fought back hard, but just couldn't close it out. What a fight. Welcome to the match on Orange. We have Ignis and Phantom facing off, with the favorite looking for another strong win. Phantom comes into this session with a commanding 29-7 record over the last day. It's no surprise he's maintaining that momentum given how he's historically controlled this rivalry. He'll be looking to widen that gap quickly. Phantom's now just one step ahead of Ignis. The number 1 seed is showing exactly why he's at the top. Phantom is really putting on a clinic here, looking completely comfortable in these early exchanges. Ignis is fighting back, trailing by just a single round. Phantom pulls away to a 2-round lead. He definitely looks like the league's top seed today. The gap between these two is immense, with Phantom holding a 65-5 lead in their head-to-head history. So yeah, the rating difference is palpable right now. Ignis is clearly struggling to find a way to disrupt that pattern. That's a 4th straight for him, and it was a completely untouched kill. The world number 1 is in absolute control. A swift response from Ignis to get back on the board. A little bit of breathing room for the 15th ranked man. Phantom keeps the pressure on, now leading 7-4. The underdog is definitely starting to feel his confidence grow. Phantom takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly the world number 1 is simply outclassing him right now. Everything is going exactly according to the script we expected coming into this map. Ignis needs a spark here. Phantom is just relentless, pushing the lead to 9-4. Phantom is just cruising now with a double-digit lead. Gritty exchange there, but he secures the kill to keep this roll going. The gap in the recent form is just too steep. A tough exchange, but the momentum stays with him as he reaches match point. Just a clinical finish to put the pressure on. He finds a way to stay in the fight, completely shutting down that attempt to close things out. He really needed that answer before the final push. What a way to seal it. He closes out the match with an effortless shot to take the victory. Completely one-sided affair today, as the top seed just doesn't leave any room for mistakes. Welcome to Italy. We have Ignis and Catalyst facing off today, though the favorite here will have to stay sharp. Catalyst currently holds a 7-5 lead in their lifetime head-to-head. But it's clear that Ignis is playing with a point to prove after dropping their last few outings. We'll see if that early momentum carries through. Catalyst keeps the pace, edging ahead 2-1. He's certainly playing like the higher rated seed right now. The momentum has shifted back and forth quickly here, and we are completely deadlocked after 4 rounds. Unreal. They both nearly collapsed there, but he manages to scrap his way to a victory. A tough stretch for the 15-seeded player today. Catalyst is just putting on a clinic right now, taking control from the wine to really build some steam. He's just completely untouchable right now, securing his 3rd straight win. The gap between these two in the rankings is feeling very real. He's just completely in control now, picking up a 4th straight win. His recent 10-game stretch has definitely been a bit shaky. Finally, a response from Ignis, who shuts the door on that runaway spree. He's refusing to back down, continuing this climb back into the game. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to find a way back. He's on fire, picking up his 3rd straight for a huge surge in momentum. He's definitely not playing like the top seed right now. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, this is a total toss-up right now. Ignis is defying the odds completely, proving that the ranking gap doesn't matter much on this specific map. Fresh starts for both players now. He's completely overturned the script, taking his 1st lead of the match. The underdog is showing no sign of slowing down. And just like that, Catalyst levels the score. Both players have been struggling with their form today. Catalyst recaptures the edge, putting him up 8-7. The top 5 seed is finally finding some breathing room. Total shutout as he secures another 3-round run with an effortless kill. A tough window for the 15-seeded player to navigate. He survives a chaotic exchange to push his lead to 10. He's certainly capitalizing on that massive skill difference right now. Ignis is staying gritty, securing a swift victory to keep this comeback attempt alive. Catalyst just took control from the Tetris, really putting the pressure back on Ignis now. It's a tough day at the office for the 15th seed. He's showing some serious heart, continuing to claw his way back into this match. He's certainly proving he belongs in this conversation today. A total shutdown as he puts himself just a single point away from victory. A quick reaction there to reclaim the lead. Absolute perfection to close it out. Catalyst finishes the job in an instant. He really managed to pull away when it mattered most. Ignis fought hard, but he just couldn't close the gap. Welcome to the stream. We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off on dunes to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this with an impressive 28-7 record from the last day. He's completely carrying that momentum into this set after winning their last head-to-head meeting. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can find a way to respond. Goodness, that was an absolute slugfest. Catalyst manages to crawl across the finish line with practically nothing left in the tank. We are all square now as they head back. The top seat is looking a bit shaky right now. Catalyst claims another round from the box, holding onto a 3-round streak. The rating gap doesn't seem to be playing a role here. He is just unstoppable right now, putting together a huge 4-round tier. A completely different story than their last encounter. And there it is. Phantom finally answers back to get the score moving again. A tight spot for the top-seeded player. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on taking that fight and coming out on top, despite the disadvantage of the height. Catalyst still holds a slender lead as we reset. It's looking more like their usual head-to-head battle now. A dead heat, now 5-all between these two. Looking like a mirror image of that recent Blame encounter. That is a complete turnaround, with Phantom claiming his 3rd straight to take a narrow lead. We are locked in at 6-all for the break. I mean, it's basically a toss-up right now. Phantom is proving why he's the #1 seed by refusing to let the favored player take control of this map. Let's see who blinks first. Phantom is really making that high ground work for him to keep the momentum swinging his way. He really seems to have the upper hand on this specific layout. Catalyst earns that point from the box, and these two are just trading blows back and forth. He's playing a high-stakes game of catch-up right now. Phantom edges ahead by a single point. He's really leaning into that dominant recent form against his rival. Phantom has an overall win rate of 63% across his career. That deep experience is showing through as he continues to pull away here. It's become quite a challenge for Catalyst to find any real traction in the second half. Both players are locked at 9 apiece in a total deadlock. A fierce battle between the top 5 talents on the ladder. These encounters are getting faster and faster. Those reactions are just unbelievable. Catalyst just outplayed him right off the box, bringing this set back to a complete stalemate. The #5 seed is refusing to back down. Catalyst is really starting to put his foot on the gas as we close out this set. The 5 seed is looking incredibly comfortable in this closer. We are headed straight for a tiebreaker with this level of parity. His overall consistency over thousands of matches is truly remarkable. A hard-fought victory there, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. He's showing a lot of grit to hold his ground like this. Phantom shuts the door on the regulation half, forcing an incredible overtime clash. Total madness to see a match go this. Catalyst just secured a strong advantage from that high perch, putting himself in a great position for the finish. He's really stepping up to the occasion today. The pace of these exchanges is just lightning fast. Neither of them is giving an inch. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Phantom is really finding a way to lock things down as we get deep into this overtime. He is simply untouchable right now, closing in on the victory with an effortless series of shots. Unbelievable, he just shuts everything down and closes the series with a lightning fast final kill. He just couldn't let it slip away, keeping his composure and digging deep to finally hold off a relentless attack. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Ignis taking on Phantom, though the top seed is definitely the favorite here. Phantom has completely owned this matchup with 66 historical wins. And it looks like he's bringing that same confidence into today's set with the #1 seed in such dominant form. The pressure is firmly on Ignis to find a way to break through. Phantom pushes ahead, now leading 2-1. A needed spark for the number 15 spot. Ignis is really putting on a show right now, quickly erasing that early deficit to tie things up. A stark contrast to his recent dominant run of form. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he somehow scrapes through with a handful of health to make it 3 straight. Absolutely stunning momentum shift for the 15th seed. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, making a clean sweep of the last 4 rounds. He's simply taking over this map, securing his 5th straight round without taking any damage. A sharp response from Phantom, showing some real grit to put an end to that runaway streak. The rating gap between these two is a massive 327 points. And honestly, that should make the current scoreboard look completely impossible. It's wild to see the best player in the league being pushed this far back into a corner. Phantom digs in from the ramp to keep this comeback alive as we head into the break. He's looking much sharper now as soon as he got his rhythm back. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. Well, this is a shocking turn of events given that Phantom wins over 90% of their head-to-head meetings. Ignis is playing way above his head today. Fresh start for both of them. He refuses to buckle, securing another clean exchange to regain a one-round lead. It is starting to feel like the usual script for this pair. He survives a brutal slugfest with barely anything left to his name, continuing this impressive route. Phantom grabs control again, moving a step ahead at 8-7. He needs every single round to count after that rough 10-25 run today. Another effortless exchange for the favorite, who continues to climb back into this game. A blistering strike to keep the momentum swinging in his favor. Ignis keeps his nerve to pick him off the blue, narrowing this gap further. He really caught him off guard with that timing. He refuses to back down, stacking another win to tighten this series. The pressure is really starting to mount for the top seed. He's putting on a huge clinic right now, just barely breaking a sweat on that kill. It's a strong showing for the #1 seed. What a scramble. He nearly collapsed there, but Ignis manages to scrape by in a total war of it. He's proving that the rankings aren't everything today. Ignis keeps his composure and drops him off the ramp, bringing us all the way back to a tie. This is turning into a total toss-up now. A complete shutdown of that attempt, and suddenly he's just one step away from victory. The composure is starting to look a lot more natural for him. What a way to close it out. He shows incredible heart to seal the deal and take home the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but the top seed finally finds his footing. Ignis put up a hell of a fight. He'll be proud of that effort. Welcome everyone, we have Ignis and Catalyst facing off on fast aim with the favorite looking for a dominant victory. Ignis takes an early lead, capitalizing on that high ground from the ramp. Catalyst is definitely feeling the pressure here, letting the lower rated players sprint out to a lead. Catalyst makes a quick adjustment and cleans up Ignis right off that ramp. Catalyst is really starting to roll now, quickly erasing the early lead Ignis established. He definitely has the historical edge in this rivalry. Total shutdown as he picks Ignis off the ramp to claim 3 straight. It's tough for Ignis, who has struggled quite a bit lately. An absolute walk in the park, extending the run to 4 straight. A familiar sight after their last encounter on Italy P. He's just completely outclassing the competition right now, taking his 5th straight round without taking a single point of damage. He's just not letting up, securing a 6th straight round with an effortless spray. The rank 5 seed is showing exactly why he's that high up. He secures another victory from the toolbox, extending this run to 7 straight. It's a familiar story after that last clash on Italy P. He secures another effortless victory from the toolbox, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. The momentum is simply overwhelming as he heads into the break with 9 straight rounds. Catalyst goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead, and honestly, it's just more of the same for the top 5 seed. He looks completely in control and is skating toward a quick victory. Time to shake things up. Ignis has had a really rough start to the day with a 10-26 record. It's a huge shift in energy, seeing him finally find some stability after that early struggle. If he can string a few more together, he might actually claw back into this. Catalyst holds a commanding 10-5 advantage. The top seed is refusing to let the momentum slide. Catalyst is just way too sharp today, securing that quick win from the wine box. It's a tough day at the office for the 15th seed. Ignis claims this one and manages to hold that ramp position. A strong showing for someone sitting outside the top 10. He secures another clean get from the ramp, putting himself 1 round away from victory. The expected result is practically inevitable at this stage. And there it is. Catalyst shuts the door with a huge final play to take the game. That was just way too much for the underdog to handle, despite a couple of gutsy rounds early on. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Phantom is entering this as the #1 rated player in the league. He's definitely the favorite based on that rank, though. He's already dropped the first round. It'll be interesting to see if he can pull back from this early deficit. What a scrap. He barely hangs on with a tiny sliver of health to take the lead. The top-seeded man isn't finding his usual dominance today. Unreal! He survives a brutal exchange by a hair's breadth to take a 3-1 lead. That's a complete reversal from their last clash of dooms. He's simply too fast right now, surging ahead to a commanding lead. His recent history against the world #1 is looking very strong. A crisp response from the top seed, proving he's far from out of this match. Catalyst is still firmly in the driver's seat. The momentum is swinging as he puts together another strong play to keep the pressure on. The gap in the rankings is starting to show here. He pulls this one back by taking the fight to the ramp, leveling the score. Total reset of the scoreline as we head into the next one. He just can't be stopped. That's 4 straight to move ahead in the count. He's really putting his ranking on full display. A quick exchange there, and we've got a dead heat at 5-all. A very different story compared to their last encounter. Catalyst holds a slim edge now, leading 6-5. Things are getting dangerously tight here. It's 7-5 in favor of Catalyst as we go into the break. Well, the favorites are playing their roles perfectly. So far, Catalyst is managing the pace and staying out in front. Time to swap sides. Phantom has been on a tear today with a 28-7 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, the sheer volume of wins he's putting up usually makes him look unstoppable. The real story here is that he's completely failed to translate that momentum into this specific match. Absolutely ruthless. He takes total control of the map and maintains a massive 5-round lead. Huge contrast to how their last set of games went. A quick reaction there to get another point on the board. Their all-time head-to-head record is nearly a dead split. Catalyst is just completely ignoring the rankings here, pushing his lead into the danger zone. He's certainly making a strong case against the odds today. It's a back-and-forth battle now, and the tension is ramping up with every exchange. Phantom is starting to claw back into this, cutting the lead down to just 3 rounds. We've seen this happen before today, especially in that set of games. He just completely shut him down. Catalyst is 1 step away from victory. A total nightmare scenario for the high seed. A fierce battle here, but Phantom managed to survive the exchange to keep his hopes alive. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to pull off this comeback. He's refusing to go down, easily grabbing another one to keep this fight alive. He's effectively erased the cushion Catalyst built up. He's simply refusing to blink, storming back to keep this whole encounter wide open. Just pure chaos now, with neither player letting up. What a finish! He barely survives an absolute war of attrition to secure the match victory. He just refused to let the world #1 close the door. That's an incredible way to end this hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Ignis and Phantom facing off with the heavy favorite looking for another dominant victory today. Phantom holds a massive lead in the all-time head-to-head, boasting 67 career wins over Ignis. That historical advantage combined with his superior rating suggests a heavy gap in skill. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can actually bridge that divide today. Ignis is holding the lead as we enter round 4. He's really fighting through a brutal slump right now. That was lightning fast. Ignis is really putting the pressure on right now. Unreal, he survives a total firefight by the skin of his teeth to keep the run alive. Unusual sight seeing him this shaken given his rank at the top. A crisp response from Phantom to stop the slide and claw back into this match. The favorite is finally starting to... Ignis is currently sitting at a rough 8-27 record over the last day. He's clearly fighting an uphill battle against the momentum right now. This makes his current lead even more impressive, especially considering how hard he's been struggling in his other series today. He's not letting that lead get comfortable, just totally outclassing the pace for another one. Ignis is dominating, holding a solid 2-round cushion. Tough look for the top seed to be giving up this much ground. Ignis is just steaming ahead now, leading 7-4. Hard to believe the top seed is struggling this much today. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a complete reversal of the script. Nobody expected the #1 seed to be trailing this far behind after 12 rounds. Let's see how the restart feels. Ignis is just relentless, pushing that lead to 8-5. Absolute shock to see the top-seeded player struggling this much. A perfect encounter there, and he's showing some real grit to dig in here. Still a bit of a gap between them on the ladder. Ignis is practically cruising now with a 9-6 cushion. He's really turning the tide against the league's top-rated player. Phantom keeps the response going with an effortless takedown to narrow the gap. Absolute nightmare for the #1 seed so far. Ignis is putting himself in a great spot here, just a couple of rounds away from closing this out. Phantom uses that height on the vine to shut down the momentum and get back in this. He definitely looks more comfortable after those first few rounds. He's refusing to go down easily, putting the pressure back on the leader. The gap on the ladder is starting to look much smaller right now. He's on a tear now, taking 3 straight to pull within a single round of the lead. He's finally proving why he entered this server as the front runner. Ignis halts that momentum completely to put himself just 1 round away from victory. A complete shutout, keeping the hope alive for the trailing player. The skill gap usually says this should be a breeze for the favorite. Absolute chaos for the finale. He barely survives that scrap to secure the map victory. To walk away with a victory after such a brutal day, that is just an incredible show of willpower. He really clawed his way back into the top. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. We have Ignis and Catalyst facing off today, though Catalyst enters this match as the favorite. Catalyst has an impressive 76% win rate on this map, and honestly, he's a highly rated competitor who usually dominates this specific pairing. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can actually keep up this early lead. Another clean one for Ignis, picking him off from the ramp to extend the streak. A total flip from that match they just shared on Fast Aim. A huge response from Catalyst, who takes this one without taking any damage himself. He is starting to lean into that favorite status. He's picking that off the ramp, showing some real grit to climb back into this. It's a familiar look for a player of his caliber. He's completely flipped the script, erasing the early deficit to bring us level at 3-3. The ladder placement is showing in his composure. He's just unstoppable right now, taking a 4th straight round to claim the lead. The mental edge is firmly with the favorite right now. That was a total brawl, but Ignis comes out on top to tie things up. He's certainly making his rank a secondary factor tonight. What a scrap. Ignis barely escapes that ramp battle with his life to take the lead. The top 5 spot usually means more stability than this. That was an effortless trade for Catalyst, who puts this set right back to a deadlock. Expectations are starting to align with the ladder rankings. Ignis barely edges ahead in this absolute nail-biter. He's certainly defying the historical trend tonight. We've got a 6-6 deadlock moving into the second half, and honestly, Ignis is fighting way harder than his rank suggests. This is becoming a much closer series than the analysts predicted. Let's see who takes control here. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes by with his life after a frantic trade from the Tetris. That was a heart-stopping finish for him to claw back the lead. He's in full control now, continuing his climb with another flawless shot. He's really establishing a cushion here. Catalyst holds a narrow 8-7 edge heading into 15. A strong showing from the number 15 seed so far. Ignis is really starting to put the pressure on here, cleaning up from the ramp to bring things level once again. Catalyst manages to pull another one off, picking his opponent right off the ramp. The pressure is really mounting for the underdog now. Ignis claws back to level things at 9-all. Catalyst denies the underdog from the ramp, continuing his persistent push back into this match. He's proving why the seedings gave him the edge today. What a scramble. He manages to survive a brutal exchange on the ramp to move within 2 of the finish. Total chaos on that last trade. Ignis refuses to let this game slide away and keeps fighting to stay in the hunt. His overall record against Catalyst is a tough hill to climb. The momentum has completely shifted, and he's now just 1 round away from the victory. A very poised performance from the higher seed. He keeps his nerve and claims another one from the ramp to stay in this. Just showing that he can trade blows with a top-tier opponent. What a finish. Catalyst closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really held his ground in those tight exchanges, but it just wasn't enough. Ignis pushed him to the limit there. He had to work for that. Welcome to the league. We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off today on Mappas to see who comes out on top. What a scramble. Both players were practically empty, but Phantom manages to claw out a victory. Phantom is clearly in peak form with a 27-8 record over the last day. It's a big shift from the previous matches we saw him struggle with. He's using that momentum to distance himself early in this series. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, taking his 5th round without taking any damage. He just keeps rolling, knocking Catalyst right off the ramp for another huge round. What a fight! Catalyst manages to edge this out in an absolute nail-biter. He's showing that he can definitely hang with the top seed today. Phantom holds a commanding 5-2 lead heading into this. The comeback is well underway as he secures a 3rd consecutive point. We're seeing the underdog completely shift the energy of this set. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures another spotless victory to bring the score within 1. Unreal, that was a brutal exchange, but Phantom barely scrapes through with his life. He's trying to shake off those recent losses today. Another fast exchange goes in his favor, keeping the pressure high right before the half. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's totally flipping the script as the underdog here. Catalyst is struggling to keep up with that strong map win rate from the top seed. Time to see if Catalyst recovers. He refuses to let the game slip away, continuing this impressive push back into the series. It's starting to look like a complete toss-up. He's refusing to back down, leveling the playing field at 7-7. It's a total coin flip moving forward. Phantom regains the lead, putting him up 8-7. He's clearly the stronger player on the ladder overall. Phantom is really capitalizing on that high ground right now to pull further ahead. A really tight match between the two best in the league. He's just on fire right now, surging ahead to a 10-7 lead. He's proving why he holds the #1 spot on the ladder. Catalyst manages to peek from the ramp and gets the better of him. That was a clean reaction to stop the bleed. He's putting on a real clinic right now, making this look easy as he claws back into the game. A huge test of resolve for the higher seeded player right now. Goodness, what a scramble. Both players were shredding each other, but he manages to hold on for a narrow 11-9 lead. Both of these guys have been active all day. Catalyst answers back with a quick set of shots, narrowing the gap further. The tension is peaking with the gap down to a single point. What a grit. He manages to level the map and erase that early deficit. What a moment for the trailing player to bring this all back to even. Another absolute shutout for Catalyst, who is now just 1 step away from completing this incredible recovery. Desperate brawl ends with Phantom coming out on top, forcing the game into overtime. He simply refuses to break, taking control from the ramp to put himself just 1 step clear. He's managing to outlast the favorite in a high-pressure environment. He's simply refusing to let go, powering right through to a 14-12 advantage. Really putting that pre-match favoritism to the test. This is becoming a true tug-of-war as we head into the final stages of this battle. What a sight! Catalyst is just a single round away from a stunning victory. His mental game is looking incredibly sharp today. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Phantom barely survives the firestorm to keep himself in this game. Phantom holds his ground in a frantic firefight, leveling the score at 15-15. Talk about a deadlock as we push way past regulation. Phantom edges ahead by 1 in this nail biter. Phantom has a 2-round cushion now, leading 17-15. He's taking full control over their long-term head-to-head history. Phantom pulls further ahead, now leading 18-15. Total collapse from the trailing player in this stretch. Phantom is running away with it at 19-15. He really dug deep in the clutch to close that out. Truly a bloodbath of a series. Hard fought win. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Ignis taking on Phantom today, though the top seed enters as the heavy favorite. Phantom gets the early lead here, taking a quick duel while holding the high ground on the wine box. Phantom leads the all-time rivalry with a huge 67-6 record over his opponent. It's a massive gap, but Ignis actually secured the win in their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if those rare victories can translate into a real upset tonight. And just like that, Ignis levels the playing field. The current #1 seed is asserting his authority. Phantom manages to pick Ignis right off the ramp to extend his lead. He's really putting that top seed status to use. Ignis just comes out on top of that trade, catching Phantom right as he was stepping off the ramp. The top seed is feeling the pressure now. Ignis is really picking up speed, managing to shut Phantom down even while he had the height advantage on the ramp. He is simply untouchable right now, ending the exchange in a blink. a rough stretch for the world #1 right now. Phantom responds quickly, taking a clean shot at his opponent off the ramp. Ignis is fighting uphill tonight with a 9:26 record over the last day. It's a tough run of form that makes this current lead even more impressive. It really puts the pressure on the top seed to find a way back into this. We're all square at 6 apiece. It's a shock to see this close, given that Phantom usually wins over 90% of their head-to-heads. This is looking like a real nail-biter heading into the second half. New side, fresh start. Phantom Edge is ahead, now leading 7-6. His recent run of form shows through in this set. Phantom doubles down on his lead, stretching it to 8-6. His performance tonight reflects that massive ranking lead. He's absolutely crushing it, securing another win from the wine box to build a 3-round streak. He's really putting a clamp on things right now. He's completely taking over now, moving to a 4-round streak while keeping his health completely intact. He's playing a completely different game compared to his opponent. That was an absolute brawl, but he manages to come out on top for his 5th straight victory, coming off a really dominant 27-8 run over the last day. He captures the lead from the wine box, putting himself just 1 victory away from the win. The world #1 is simply too sharp for him right now. Unreal. He closes it out perfectly to secure the match victory. Ignis showed a lot of heart early on, but he just couldn't keep up with those lightning fast reactions in the end. Welcome to the Dunes. Catalyst is the clear favorite today, but Ignis is looking for a strong comeback. Catalyst is currently dominating the head-to-head with 10 wins over Ignis. And it feels like that mental edge is playing a huge part in the early stages today. He's simply playing with a level of confidence that the opposition is lacking. Unbelievable. He barely survives that scrap from the box hanging on by a thread. He's definitely playing like a top 5 player right now. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 3-1 lead. A really tough afternoon so far for Ignis. Ignis narrows the gap to 2-3 after that stunner. The momentum has shifted completely. Ignis is really starting to press his advantage here. Catalyst edges ahead, clinging to a slim 1-round lead. He's really putting that rating difference into perspective. Another quick victory for Catalyst, and he's doing it from the high ground today. The higher seed is starting to separate himself here. Catalyst maintains a thin 5-4 advantage for now. He's been struggling lately with a 9-27 record today. Ignis has a slightly higher historic success rate on this map. It's interesting that he hasn't been able to translate that surface advantage into actual round wins. He'll need to find a way to break through this wall if he wants to turn this around. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. Well, the underdog is absolutely refusing to back down. Ignis is showing that his map history is no fluke by staying completely even with the top-seeded player. New sides, clean slate. Ignis takes a commanding lead, now sitting at 7-6. This is a massive shift from their last meeting on Redline. And now we're deadlocked at 7-all. That top-tier ranking is starting to show in the crunch time. That was lightning fast. Catalyst is really starting to put the pressure on here. And we are back to a tie at 8 apiece. It's getting harder to ignore that ranking disparity as they trade blows. Catalyst barely keeps his nose ahead at 9-8. You're seeing a real back and forth battle now. Neither of these two can seem to pull away for more than a single round. Catalyst just pulls that off beautifully, reading the play and picking Ignis right off the box. He's certainly proving why he's a top 5 seed in this league. Ignis is really fighting an uphill battle now as the pressure is mounting with every round he drops. The higher ranked player is just too consistent right now. A huge momentum swing right here. Ignis has managed to claw back into this series perfectly. He's fighting the trend of those previous encounters. Ignis simply refuses to go away, picking Catalyst right off the high ground to tie this thing up. Absolute efficiency from Catalyst, who puts himself just a single round away from victory. Desperate exchange ends in a deadlock, forcing this entire series into overtime. Everything just reset for this final push. The tension is through the roof as we move deeper into overtime. Neither player is giving an inch. He looks completely relaxed for a player facing such an intense clash. We've completely lost the lead now. I can't believe how tightly this is being played out. This has become a complete coin flip. We are seeing a mirrored image of a game where neither can pull away. goodness, what a scramble. He nearly went down, but barely clutches the round to level the score. Truly a grit fest from the number 15 seed. Complete shutdown by the favorite, leaving Ignis with no answers and Catalyst just one step away from the victory. What a response. He answers back immediately to bring this deadlock right back to a tie. Ignis holds the lead 16-15 as we head back. An absolute stalemate as we hit 16 each. Catalyst grabs the lead, moving ahead 17-16. He's showing why he typically gets the nod in these matchups. Catalyst holds a 2-round cushion at 18-16. The momentum shift is becoming almost permanent for the favorite. Catalyst is pulling way ahead at 19-16. He just couldn't keep the momentum going in those final pushes. Ignis really made him sweat for every single round. What a battle. Welcome everyone. We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off on orange to see who comes out on top today. Phantom is really rolling with a 28-7 record today. I mean, he usually dominates this specific pairing historically, so the early deficit is a bit surprising. We will see if he can actually turn this around. He just barely clutched that one out, scraping by with a tiny bit of health left. The number 1 seed is starting off completely cold. A total shutdown as he moves to a 3-round lead. Quite a reversal from their most recent clash on map pass. Finally, a positive response from the top seed to get back on the board. He definitely needs to find some stability if he wants to claw back. Catalyst is just relentlessly suffocating Phantom at 4-1. That 4th ranked rating is certainly making its presence felt. That was a total war of attrition, and he somehow manages to survive the wreckage. He really had to dig deep to pull that one off. Catalyst has a strong grip on this series, and since he's historically won 4 of their last 5 meetings, it's clear he knows how to dismantle this opponent. It's a worrying trend for Phantom, who needs to figure out a way to stop the slide before the deficit becomes insurmountable. Catalyst is soaring, now sitting pretty at 6. Top ranked player is definitely feeling the pressure here. That was an effortless shot, and he's starting to push back against the deficit. The early favorite is finally starting to find some footing. He's really showing some grit here, securing another win to close the gap. This is exactly the kind of momentum swing he needed. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, Phantom has fully recovered from that early hole to keep pace with the favorite. It's a total toss-up right now. Time to see who blinks first. He's completely in control now, taking the lead with an incredibly fast reflex. The top seed is finally looking like the favorite we expected. Unbelievable survival. He was nearly out of the fight, but manages to scrape through and extend the lead. Seriously fighting through the danger zone on that one. Phantom's now in command with an 8-7 lead. The rank 4 player is refusing to stay down. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and he just barely edges it out to level the score. The momentum has completely flipped in this stalemate. That's a huge response. He's just taken over the series with 3 straight frames. It's a brutal stretch for the top seed today. A brutal exchange where both players traded heavy damage, but he finally manages to claw back to a dead heat at 9-9. Both players are proving they can handle the pressure today. He's showing a lot of heart, taking a second straight win to slide ahead by 1. A deadlock. Phantom and Catalyst are perfectly tied at 10. His historical record in the air is essentially a dead heat. He's simply refusing to quit, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent. Now he's really proving why the odds were in his favor today. What a scrap. He survives a brutal trade to put himself on the brink of victory. His reaction time was just too quick for a response there. Catalyst comes through with a spotless exchange to keep his hopes alive. He needed a response, and that was the perfect way to do it. Absolute perfection for the final shot. Phantom closes it out and completes an incredible recovery to win the match. He really had to sweat for it today, but that's another big win for the top seed. What a fight. Welcome everyone! We're on red line today for an exciting clash between Ignis and the top-seeded favorite Phantom. Phantom looks incredibly sharp early on, securing that first round from the high ground. The world #1 is certainly looking comfortable right now. Phantom is just refusing to let his opponent breathe, picking up another quick win from the boxes. He's been putting up some truly impressive numbers throughout the day. We'll be right back with more action on red line after a very brief technical timeout. And we are back in the action with Phantom holding a 2-round lead over Ignis. Phantom has a staggering 92% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's got a psychological edge here that makes this lead feel very natural. He's playing with a complete lack of pressure right now. What a response. He's putting on a clinic right now and refusing to let the favorite pull away. Phantom is still comfortably ahead, leading 5-3. He's looking very sharp, coming off a dominant 29-7 run today. Phantom is really rolling now, pushing it to 6-3. He's certainly living up to that top spot on the ladder. He's showing plenty of grit, cutting the deficit down to 2. He's proving that this match is anyone's game. He's showing a lot of heart, continuing this push to close the gap. A complete reversal of expectations from the start of this set. Phantom is far too fast today, easily snatching the win from that ramp position. Ignis has struggled lately, coming in with a 9-27 record over the last day. It's quite a contrast to see him fight back after that early lead, but the gap in recent form is starting to show. He'll need a strong response now to keep this series alive. Phantom takes a commanding 9-5 lead into the break. Well, it is essentially the exact script we expected based on the world ranking. He has a huge lead, and now Ignis just has to figure out how to stop the bleeding. Phantom keeps his grip on the lead at 9-6. Just a glimpse of confidence for the 15th ranked player here. Keeps the pressure on, showing real tenacity as the deficit shrinks to 2. The momentum is shifting toward the challenger at the perfect time. Another perfectly timed shot secures the 3rd straight for Ignis, who simply will not be denied tonight. Phantom shuts down that rally, instantly regaining control of the momentum. Just a reminder of why the top seed is so feared. Phantom makes a quick play from the box, and now the pressure is really mounting for Ignis. He just refuses to quit, staying aggressive to narrow the gap to 2. A perfect shot that puts Phantom just a single round away from victory. Everything about this setup just confirms he belongs at the top. Unbelievable. He keeps his composure to deny the match-winning point with a stunning flick. That was a lightning fast exchange to keep the dream alive. Absolutely pristine shot, and the challenger keeps climbing back into this battle. He is truly fighting for his life right now. Unbelievable finish. Phantom secures the final kill from the Tetris to close out the match. He's completely refused to back down, securing a clean shot to stay in the fight. Absolute chaos as the scoreline tightens up right here. The pace of these exchanges is just electric. Neither player is giving an inch today. Just adding another win to that dominant career record. He's really digging in here, shaking off the damage to pull one more back in this frantic overtime. Both players are just blinking and taking fights now. He manages to knock him off the Tetris, leveling the game at 14-all. A massive swing in this overtime battle. Ignis takes the lead again with a clean win from the ramp. Pure adrenaline as the tides have completely turned. A complete nightmare scenario for the top seed in this series. What a response. Phantom secures the trade from the Tetris to bring this clash level at 15-all. Pure desperation for both players at this point. Unbelievable. Ignis secures a clean victory to complete this incredible comeback and take the series. He really just defied everything we've seen on the map today, completely ignoring that historical gap to pull off the unthinkable. What a series. Welcome to the arena. We've got Ignis and Catalyst stepping up for this one, though. Catalyst enters as the clear favorite. The historical head-to-head is heavily skewed in one direction, as Catalyst leads the rivalry 11-5. That comfort level usually means he knows exactly how to break through Ignis's defenses. It'll be interesting to see if the higher-rated player can maintain this control early on. Catalyst just pulls ahead, leading 2-1 now. His recent form has been a bit shaky today. Unreal. He clutched that out from the ramp with a tiny sliver of health left. The top 5 ranking is really showing its weight early. Ignis is struggling big time, trailing 4-1. He's really taking advantage of that raw skill gap. Ignis finds his footing, picking the opponent off the Tetris to trim the deficit. A quick response to keep things in. What a scrap! Ignis barely clings to life after that exchange to keep the pressure on. He's certainly shaken off the nerves after a slow start. What a turnaround! He's completely erased the deficit and we are all square. The early dominance we expected from the favorite has completely vanished. Catalyst quickly recovers his composure to take a narrow lead. He's still leaning on that top 5 ranking to steady the ship. Catalyst gets the better of him from the ramp, keeping the momentum on his side. A strong showing that mirrors their previous clash on dunes. He's totally in control now, shutting down that run with a perfectly timed burst. Catalyst holds a narrow 7-5 lead. You know, this is playing out exactly as the oddsmakers thought it would. He's putting the pressure on, but Ignis is definitely fighting back. Let's see who takes the first round. Ignis has been having a tough time today with a 10-26 record over the last few hours. It's making this climb back a lot steeper as he faces a player who generally feels in control of this map. We'll see if he can keep his cool as the gap widens. He's showing some serious grit, putting together another win to narrow that gap. Catalyst stays in the driver's seat at 9-7. The top 4 seed is simply too disciplined right now. Goodness, they both barely walked away from that firefight, but Catalyst manages to come out on top. The pressure is really mounting for the trailing player now. Absolutely untouchable. He finishes the exchange without taking a single point of damage. He's really flexing that top 4 ladder position. Ignis shuts him down from the ramp to claw another one back. Still an uphill climb given that gap in all-time win rates. A completely effortless exchange that puts him just one step away from victory. Complete control of the pace as we head into the final round. Game over. He closes out the series with a huge shot from the ramp. He just kept his head in the game despite those flashes of brilliance from Ignis. Catalyst proves why he's sitting so high in the ranks. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom taking on Catalyst today on fast aim. Let's see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a slight advantage in their all-time head-to-head record. It's interesting because the rankings also place him at the top of the ladder. He'll want to use that confidence to close the gap early. Everything's dead even now as they head into round 3. Looking at the history, Catalyst has managed to win more of their recent meetings. Catalyst is suddenly on the front foot at 2-1. He's been in a bit of a slump today compared to his usual output. Catalyst is putting on a huge amount of pressure right now, really threatening to blow this open early. Quite a turnaround given his struggles earlier today. Phantom puts himself back in the driver's seat, cleaning up from the ramp to keep things tight. He's certainly the more active man today with 28 wins already. Catalyst is really starting to run away with this 4-2 lead. Phantom looks a lot more comfortable now, securing that trade from the ramp to bring the score back to a 1-round difference. Catalyst is currently playing with a lot of confidence, having won more of their recent head-to-head clashes. You know, he's effectively reversing the historical trend we've seen between these two. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this pace. Catalyst manages to outplay him off the ramp, extending that lead to 7-3. The gap in the ratings isn't translating for the #1 seed right now. A tough trade from the ramp, but the victory goes to Phantom as we approach the break. He managed to keep his composure in a very tight exchange. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Things are playing out exactly how we predicted. He's controlling the map and staying ahead of the #1 seed as they switch sides. Time to see who blinks first. He's staying aggressive to keep the pressure on and close this gap even further. That's a fast reaction to keep the game within reach. Incredible grit from the top seed, securing that kill from the wine box to tie this series up. Catalyst reads the play perfectly and shuts Phantom down while he's up on the wine box. Crucial stop there for the #4 seed. Absolute madness. He barely clings to life after that exchange to level the score at 8-8. Hard-stopping shot to bring the score level. A real scramble for control there, but Catalyst holds his ground on the ramp to pull ahead again. Catalyst pushes further ahead, now leading 10-8. A surprising shift in power given the ladder positions. He's completely untouchable right now, claiming another rapid victory to push his lead to 11-8. He just can't find an answer for Catalyst, who is now 1 round away from victory. The underdog is completely dismantling the top seed right now. Game over. Catalyst finishes him off with total ease to secure the match. He really stepped up and proved he can take down the best in the world on this map. Welcome everyone to Mappers. We have Ignis and the heavily favored Phantom stepping up for this 1v1 battle. Phantom is making it look easy early on, starting the map with a clean win from the blue. The number 1 seed is looking sharp right out of the gate. What a fight. Both of them are trading heavy damage, but he barely walked away from that. He really is looking like the league leader right now. He just completely shut the door on this one, picking him off from the red. He is showing why he's the highest rated player in the league. He just completely outclassed his opponent in that exchange to get back on the board. He's certainly not letting the rating difference get in his head. Phantom is just totally in control here, taking that one from the blue side to build his lead. He's really putting a stranglehold on this particular map. Ignis denies him right off the boxes, refusing to go quiet in this match. We're seeing a bit more resistance from the underdog than expected. He just blasts the leader of the boxes, continuing this strong push to close the gap. A completely different energy from him in these last two. Absolutely sensational. Ignis has surged back to level the score, taking his third straight round with an effortless shot. Phantom quickly puts a stop to that momentum, regaining a slim edge in the count. He's been battling through a tough run of results lately. Unbelievable. Ignis claws his way back to parity, bringing the score level at 5-all. The top seed is suddenly looking very human in this set. Phantom manages to secure that exchange from the ramp to put himself back in the lead. He is really leaning into that huge all-time head-to-head advantage. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, the world number 1 is doing exactly what we thought he would. He's managing this lead well, though. Ignis is clearly staying competitive. Time to shake things up. Phantom has been incredibly efficient today with a 27-8 record over the last 24 hours. And he's using that confidence to really separate himself in this series. If he can keep up this level of consistency, he'll wrap this match up shortly. Ignis is refusing to just roll over here, picking Phantom right off the ramp to close the gap. That's a welcome sight after the tough matches he's faced today. And he's back in the server, taking another round with a perfect sequence to keep this comeback alive. This match is starting to feel like a complete toss-up. Phantom is still holding a 3-round cushion here. That is exactly why the number 1 seed gets the fear. The gap is widening again. Phantom is just too fast with those reactions right now. That historic head-to-head record is starting to reflect here. Ignis is hanging in there, refusing to let this slide away completely. He's fighting a tough battle against an opponent who dominates their history. That was a wild exchange, but he managed to hold on for the victory. Tight fight, but he managed to close it out. What a response. He finds a quick way to survive another round and keep the dream alive. Absolute chaos on the red, but he manages to scrape through with just 14 health to seal the victory. He really proved his dominance today, showing just how tough it is to keep up with a player of that caliber. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Ignis and Catalyst facing off, with the favorite looking to maintain their dominance today. What a scramble! Catalyst barely walks away from that exchange with a sliver of health. Catalyst has dominated this pairing long term with 12 wins overall. It's a tough mountain to climb for Ignis when the head-to-head history is this one-sided. He'll need to find a way to break that psychological hold quickly. He's just completely untouchable right now, taking this one in a flash. He manages to trade back around and gets the board moving in his favor. It's a tough spot to be in after those rough recent results. Catalyst is just cruising along with a huge 5-1 lead. That top 4 ranking is definitely showing its weight right now. Catalyst is really putting the squeeze on Ignis at 6-1. The top 5 placement is providing a lot of stability. Simply too fast for his opponent. That's 3 straight for the leader. It's a harsh slide for the 15th ranked guy. Ignis puts an end to that run by picking him off from the box. He's definitely feeling the weight of those recent losses today. Ignis is currently fighting an uphill battle given that 927 record over the last day. So yeah, seeing him claw back 2 rounds here is a huge shift in momentum. We're seeing the underdog really start to challenge that top 4 rank. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, this is pretty much exactly what we expected from the higher rated player. He's keeping his composure and staying in the driver's seat. Time to see if Ignis recovers. Catalyst is still firmly in control at 9-4. The top tier skill is really showing through these rounds. Catalyst is just outclassing him, pushing it to 10-4. That's exactly what you'd expect from a player in the top 5. Ignis keeps fighting back. He's refusing to just go down without a fight here. Catalyst is putting a huge amount of pressure on the finish line now. Looking back, a strong 70% run over his last 10 matches is reflecting right here. He just shuts the door on that momentum shift, picking him off the Tetris to reach match point. The skill gap remains a massive hurdle for the challenger. Unbelievable! He shuts everything down with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. He just looked a step ahead of everyone today, barely breaking a sweat on his way to the finish. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have a great matchup today between Phantom and Catalyst to see who takes the win. Catalyst doesn't care about the rankings. He jumped right on Phantom while he was sitting on Tetris. Catalyst has been a nightmare for Phantom in their most recent meetings, and he's carrying that momentum right into this server. It will be interesting to see if the league's top player can figure out a way to respond. Phantom is putting the pressure back on after that play from the ramp, completely erasing that early deficit. The A-list talent is really showing up in these early exchanges. He just completely shut that down from the Tetris blocks to take another round. An impressive way to start the set after that loss on fast aim. He answers back immediately to bring the score level. The number 4 seed is proving he can trade blows with the best. Catalyst manages to edge ahead with a 4-3 lead. He's really making his presence felt early in this series. Phantom really made his way up to the boxes to snap that streak and even things up. Looking a lot more comfortable than he did in their previous set today. Catalyst is playing perfectly right now, just sweeping those boxes to keep the momentum on his side. Catalyst is putting a serious stranglehold on this series, winning a strong majority of their head-to-head bouts recently. He's effectively neutralizing the top seed's usual consistency. It will be a struggle for Phantom to get back into this one. We head into the break with Catalyst leading 7-5. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we predicted. He's using that strong map record to hold the advantage. Though Phantom is staying right in the fight, time for a fresh start. Phantom holds his ground on the ramp to tie this up, making it a dead heat at 7-all. He's fighting to maintain that slight edge in their head-to-head history. Catalyst extends his lead to 8-6 with that clutch play. He is really putting that historic map advantage to good use. Catalyst is just totally in control, picking him off again from the ramp. The game we've seen from the top seed just isn't materializing. He is simply untouchable right now, ending that rally with a completely clean victory. A very tough spot for our number 1 seed to be in. He manages to shut him down off the ramp to keep things moving. He's really digging deep to pull this set closer. Catalyst is simply too fast for him, picking up another quick round from the Tetris. The heavy favorite is really asserting himself throughout this set. He's practically untouchable as he moves into a position to close this out. Everything is tipping in favor of the guy who started the map strong. What a finish. He secures the final round to claim the series. He just completely owed on the map today. Phantom really struggled to find an answer for those insane reaction speeds. Welcome to the arena. We have Ignis taking on Phantom in a battle where the favorite looks very strong. Phantom has a crushing 91% win rate in their head-to-head history, and honestly, this result is almost a given considering the massive gap in their ratings. Now we just have to see if Ignis can actually put up a fight tonight. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly gone, but he barely scrapes through with just 6 health. His recent 27-8 run today is definitely showing. He is absolutely on fire right now, taking total control of the server. The top seed is simply not letting him back into this. He secures the kill from the box and simply refuses to let up today. He is certainly playing like the top ranked guy in the building. Ignis quickly picks him off the box, showing a lot of grit to keep this close. A huge confidence boost for the man coming in as the underdog. He takes another one, deleting Phantom right off the Tetris blocks. He's making this a tight battle as the gap closes. Ignis has really been struggling lately with that 827 record over the last day. Well, he's certainly fighting hard for his life here, but he's facing a mountain of pressure coming off those 3 straight losses. He needs a big turnaround now to keep this hopeful. Ignis just completely outdueled him off the box, continuing his push to close the gap. The pressure is mounting for the top seed now. What a fight. Both of them were almost empty, but he barely survives to reclaim a lead before we head into the break. Phantom holds an 8-4 lead as we hit the break. I mean, this is pretty much how we expected things to go. He's been too sharp for Ignis to find any real momentum. Time to swap sides. What a nail biter! He manages to hold on and pick the opponent off the ramp. The world number 1 needs to settle down quickly. Phantom manages to take the round from those Tetris blocks, keeping his lead secure. The top spot on the ladder is definitely feeling secure right now. Phantom just completely shut him down from the box and he's really starting to pull away here. He's on a roll now, putting his opponent in a deep hole with 3 straight wins. Another incredibly clean round from Phantom, and he's just 1 more away from victory. Game over! Phantom shuts the door on the match with a definitive finish. He really put on a clinic here, showing exactly why he's sitting at the top of the ladder right now.